The sun is a little brighter today, the players relieved, and we're ready for baseball as the Orleans Firebirds make the trip to Cotuit to take on the Cotuit Kettleers. And a pleasant good evening, everybody. I'm John Perez, and welcome to Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers. The Kettleers got win number 1 last night, however, it wasn't easy. It came on the heroics of Tim Cisneros' pinch hit 2 RBI single and Ross Ochter's heroics in the bullpen to push Cotuit into the win column for the first time this summer. Let's take a look at the highlights. Cotuit looking for win number 1 of the season. They welcome Brewster to Lowell Park. This is the makeup for the Saturday washout. David Garrix from Pomona Pitzer on the bump for the Kettleers. Joe Mockbee from Michigan State on for Brewster. Let's pick this one up in the 4th inning. Zach Gahagan is on first base with 2 outs. Brett Langhorn smacks a single to right field. Gahagan comes around to score. Whitecaps up 2-1. Bottom half of the inning, Cotuit will respond right back. Jack Klein, a returner from Stanford, pokes a single up the middle. Game tied at 2. Bottom 6, after Klein walked and a single from Ryan Hagan, Mike Roberts called upon Tim Cisneros to pinch hit with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And Cisneros would not disappoint. He ropes a single up the middle to give the Kettleers a 4-2 lead. The Kettleers would tack on another run in the 7th on a Jordan Pierce sac fly. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Ross Ochter out of Toledo came in the 5th inning and cruised all the way to the 9th. But in baseball, you have to get all 27 outs. So, with Nick Dunn at the plate, bags full, and the count full, Ochter issues a walk to bring in a run, and that would bring up Logan Warman. But cool, calm, and collected, Ochter gets him swinging, ball game over, and the losing streak ends as the Kettleers win 5-3.
How's it feel to get the first win?
Well, again, I think you'd ask them how it feels. For me, it's just playing better. As I told them, look out there and there's no errors on the scoreboard. That's what makes a difference. Garrix and Ochter really picked us up today because pitching-wise, especially out of the pen, we were down a little bit, and we were very limited where we were going. So, I think those 2 guys did a great job.
Check.
And of course, Timmy coming off the bench and getting a really clutch base hit, and he was the right guy in that situation because he's veteran. He knows me. He's played here a year, so I think that was the perfect situation for Timmy, whether he gets a base hit or not.
It's really just being out there. I heard my name called. I wasn't sure if I was hitting for the next guy or that guy, and Coach Roberts said you're hitting, so I was like, all right, let's do it. There's nothing really much you can do. You're out there in the bullpen. You can see how the guy's throwing, but you can't get live feedback from previous guys who are hitting, so it's a little difficult. The first pitch, it looked like it was 105 miles an hour. My timing was off, but no, after that first one, I kind of just slowed myself down, took a breath, and got dialed in.
Mm-hmm. We also mentioned the heroics of Toledo starter Ross Ochter, who went 4 1/3 yesterday, surrendered a run and 3 hits. Ochter spoke to reporters after the game, and this is what he had to say.
I felt pretty good. Came in a tight situation, and coming out of the pen, that's exactly what you want. And unfortunately, in the last inning, I wasn't really attacking the hitters like I did the first couple innings. But we made some good plays behind me, and I was able to get out of it.
When I asked you earlier about your status, you basically just said it is what it is, that you are with the team. Are you still playing with maybe a chip on your shoulder, knowing that nothing's guaranteed, and does that thrive you?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple guys in the bullpen, a couple position players that are also temporary players like myself, and we always have to go out there every day and play with a chip on our shoulder, just like you said. And, that's some good competitive nature that we all thrive on. So
you went 4 1/3 tonight in relief. Other games, relief pitchers for this team have only been going an inning, maybe 2, and then getting pulled. What made you able to carry your relief appearance all the way from when you came in until the end of the game?
Back in school ball, I was a starter this year, so luckily for me, I had some experience, and that's just a long relief, essentially a short start out there. So fortunately for me, I was able to go out there and attack every inning.
And with the bullpen kind of running low on arms, did you feel any pressure to, once you came in, to just kind of last throughout the rest of the game?
Not at all. I honestly didn't think about that, but now that you say that, I'm glad I made it through. But I didn't really think about that. You try not to think about things like that.
So with Cotuit getting their first win yesterday, let's take a look at how the rest of the league fared last night. Falmouth, behind 6 strong innings from UCLA's Jake Bird, propelled the Commodores to a 3-0 win. Matt Ducey and Tyler Lawrence each homered. YD falls to 0-5. Chatham hands born its first loss of the summer in an 8-3 Anglers win. 8 of the 9 Chatham starters had a hit. DJ Artis continues to rake. He went 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. There was no pitching in the Wareham-Orleans game. The Firebirds taking that one 11-7 at home. Riley Mahan went 3 for 5. He was a home run shy of the cycle. So with those results, let's take a look at the standings. Harwich, the only undefeated team left on the table. Chatham and Orleans, a couple of games behind the Mariners. In the West, Falmouth and Bourne at the top, while Hyannis and YD are both looking for their first win. Mike Roberts keeps referencing that the team will look different by the weekend, and it has already looked different so far. The Kettleers have activated a couple of arms, Justin Hooper and Ryan Rigby. They also activated infielder Alonzo Jones from Vanderbilt. So we mentioned that Cotuit has help on the way, and stepping in is Aiden Doyle, broadcaster for the team. And Aiden, Alonzo Jones, Ryan Rigby, and Justin Hooper all active today. What can you tell us about those 3?
Well, they come from big schools as far as when it comes to baseball. Hooper obviously hailing from UCLA, Alonzo Jones coming from Vanderbilt, and then Rigby coming from Mississippi State. Hooper, I think, is the one to watch for me. Big, tall left-hander, 6'7". He draws, or his favorite players to watch as far as pitchers were Randy Johnson and current White Sox starter Chris Sale. So you got to love those comparisons there. He was one of the top players in the country coming out of high school, was ranked 7th in the country for 2015 draft-eligible prospects by Baseball America. It fell to the 25th round because of his commitment to UCLA, but I'd be very, very intrigued on Justin Hooper, the starter out of UCLA.
Now, another thing to be intrigued about is that it seems as if the Kettleers have found their defense up the middle, behind the plate, shortstop, and they're getting their center fielder and Jack Klein as well.
Yeah, that's true. Klein, obviously a late addition out of Stanford. We were just talking to him over here, actually majoring in communications with a focus on social media. So I'm sure he's going to be making a lot of money in the future coming out of Stanford. But defense has been really an issue so far for these Kettleers this season. And as we've talked about, early in the season in the Cape League and any summer league, really, it's tough to get that chemistry, get the continuity, the consistency down, because it's tough. You're adjusting. You're getting here your first couple of weeks, first couple of games. You don't know any of the rest of the players. So Coach Mike Roberts and the Kettleers really have to love getting that consistency and something to move forward with that they can use day in and day out.
And you mentioned Roberts, too. Roberts is not a big proponent of winning big games, and obviously he would love to win as many big games as he can, but he doesn't stress the offense taking time. He doesn't stress the wins not coming right now because it's still early in the season. But you'd have to imagine that the players feel some sort of sense of relief from winning yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. That's a big monkey off of their back, and I think it's only going to help them moving forward. That's really, once you get that off your back, you can just get back to the roots of playing baseball. You don't have to worry about impressing everybody here on the Cape League. Oh, it's the Cape League. Now we finally got our win. You can move forward and just play baseball. That's what they're good at. That's why they're here. That's why they have Division I, or that's why they're Division I baseball players. And so I think that's going to be really good for the Kettleers moving forward, and it's only going to lead to more wins and a more relaxed team moving forward.
All right, Aiden, thanks. And they're just going to play baseball in a couple of moments, but we caught up with one of the newbies, Alonzo Jones from Vanderbilt. Let's take a listen. Beautiful. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Kettle Talk. I'm here with Alonzo Jones, middle infielder from Vanderbilt. And Alonzo, it wasn't the storybook ending for Vanderbilt, but what did you learn about yourself in your first season with the Commodores?
I was just really excited about the growth not only made, but we did as a team. And I think this year we experienced a lot of stuff that will help us later on in life, not just specifically baseball. So I was excited for that. I mean, we'd like to have gone to Omaha and win again, but I mean, sometimes it's just not your year. So
I had the opportunity to speak to your dad, who said that you're a prisoner of your own speed in terms of how you play up the middle, and sometimes even coaches want to stick you in the outfield too. How have you worked on that adjustment? And do you see yourself as a middle infielder transitioning to the outfield, or are you just strictly a middle infielder?
I see myself as a shortstop, and I've been playing infield at Vanderbilt. And I just think working really hard in the offseason, even with coaches during the season, has helped me a lot. I think I've made a lot of strides this year, and I'm going to continue to do that. So,
obviously, there's a huge aura about the Cape and it being the best collegiate talent in all of the country. What are you hoping to improve on this summer?
I want to work on everything. I mean, I think that's baseball. Just try to get better at everything. I mean, specifically, definitely getting some reps like bunting, and I think playing in games like this with wood bats and stuff like that is going to help me work on like specific skills that you sometimes won't get during the college season because you're focused more on team success. So.
You went to high school in Georgia, and in fact, the University of Georgia actually offered you a scholarship to play football. You turned it down. What went into that decision, and why did you choose baseball over football?
I've just always loved baseball since I was a little kid. I've never really played football. Almost played in high school, but I stuck with baseball. I just felt like that was the right decision for me. So,
I guess just for you, day one.
We're ready to play ball in Cotuit. The Kettleers and Orleans Firebirds facing off for some Thursday night action in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Thanks for joining us. Top of the order for Orleans will be Brian Miller, Scott Hurst, and then Zach Kirtley, 1, 2, 3. Keith Regala on the bump for Cotuit, and he starts off the day with a fastball called for a strike.
Well, we saw Regala in the season opener for the Kettleers last Friday night at White House Field in Harwich. Gave up 8 runs, but wasn't exactly his fault. Only one of them earned.
7 hits against Regala in 4 innings, He holds a 2.25 ERA on the season because, like you said, Aiden, only one of those 8 runs was earned. 1 walk in the 4 innings, 3 strikeouts. And he has a 1-2 count against Brian Miller. Chopper to the right side, backhand glove by Genesta, and he'll take it himself to the bag for the first out of the ball game.
Nice play by Genesta over there at first. High chop right up to him, but he's not necessarily a natural first baseman. Also, he's been featured in right field for Cotuit so far this season, as well as playing a bit of DH. So, Coach Roberts loves his versatile players, and always nice to have a guy who can play multiple positions.
Genesta at first, Shaw at second, Hagen still at short for Cotuit, then Jordan Pierce at third. Back-to-back starts at that position for him. Cal Stevenson in left, Jackson Klein in center, Spencer Gay in right, Tim Cisnara catching, and now at the plate, Scott Hurst. Hurst out of Cal State Fullerton has played a pair of games for the Firebirds so far this year. And he's 3 for 4 at the plate, 2 walks as well. Saws off this inside fastball down the third base line.
Orleans tied for second right now in the Eastern Division of the Cape League at 3 wins and 2 losses. They had the best record in the league last year, but fell to the YD Red Sox in the second round of the playoffs. So far this season, more known for their offense than anything else. All 3 of the league leaders, or the top 3 league leaders in batting average, play for Firebirds this season, and Adam Hazley, and then Riley Mahan, and then coming in with an average of 500 is Christopher Triano.
They've been hitting the ball very well so far this summer. That was true last night. 11 runs and 16 hits for the Firebirds at home against Wareham. They'd win the game by 4 runs. Another high hopper, this one to the left side, fielded by Pierce, and he shows off the strong arm to record out number 2.
Pierce, another one of those guys who plays multiple positions on this Kettleers team. We've seen him earlier in the season play a lot of first base. That's where he was initially featured for the first 3 games of the season. But last night and this evening as well, Coach Roberts moving him to third to play the hot corner.
Zach Kirtley stands in, righty versus righty matchup. Fouls off the first pitch he sees. 94 on the gun from Regala, so he's bringing heat early. Regala kicks, winds. The 0-1 is downstairs, a bit inside as well. Regala, sophomore from Creighton, drafted in the 37th round of the 2014 draft by the Philadelphia Phillies. Would forego that opportunity and play for Creighton. Dropped a 3.21 ERA this season, 5-3 record in 15 appearances. All of them were starts. Here's the 2-1. Popped up behind home plate and out of play.
Regala throwing hard tonight, like you mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see as this Kettleers team has featured a lot of pitchers who rely more on movement and deception rather than just bringing the heat with their fastball. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he maintains that velocity throughout the night.
There's the change of speed that you were talking about, and it retires Kirtley swinging to end the first. Half a frame in at Lowell Park, and we have a scoreless ball game. Cotuit gets their first ups on the other side of this break.
Of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016. The Kettleers coming to the plate for their first at-bats of the ball game in a scoreless contest. Orleans set down 1-2-3 in the first, and now we'll see Cal Stevenson for Cotuit. He'll be followed by Jordan Pierce and Grayson Genesta, 1-2-3 at the top of the order. 4-5-6 will be Corey Voss, the DH, Jackson Klein, the center fielder, and then Ryan Hagan, the shortstop. And at the bottom of the Kettleer order is Tim Sosnara, Spencer Gay, and Josh Shaw. Sean Gunther will start this ball game for Orleans on the mound. A sophomore lefty out of Atlanta, Georgia, stands 5'11". Was an ACC all-freshman team member 2 years ago. And he has a 1-1 count on Cal Stevenson. Stevenson hits one on the ground. One hop for Golson at first. He'll underhand flip to Gunther, who covers the bag for out number 1.
Well, it's not an easy play for Gunther or the first baseman, Golson. It looked easy, from those viewing from afar, but Stevenson is so fast on the base paths that he really got to hurry in order to get there in time at first, and that could also lead, like we've seen multiple times so far this season, for the Kettleers and other teams, rushing the throw, and then mistakes are made when things are rushed. So good job by the Firebirds there, taking their time, but also knowing how fast Stevenson can be on the base paths.
Jordan Pierce steps in, fouls off the first pitch he sees. And there's always so much focus on what a pitcher brings on the mound as far as arm velocity, their change of pitches, and there's so little focus on their ability to field their position properly, and Gunther did it perfectly there. Another nubber down the first base line, it's foul.
That's what made MLB legend Greg Maddux so great. Obviously, incredible pitcher, the stats to back it up, but he's also the all-time leader in Gold Gloves at the pitcher position.
Gunther with a high leg kick, the 0-2 high and tight. Pierce saws it off, giving chase is Paul down the third base line. He doesn't have enough room. For Orleans defensively, it's McGovern in left, Miller in center, Hurst in right, Paul at third, Jones at short, Kirtley at second, Golson at first, and Lugbauer behind home plate doing the catching. Another 0-2. Breaking ball low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pierce, one of Cotuit's top hitters so far this year. Swings through that one, though, and he's set away for out number 2.
Well, just a good pitch there by Gunther. Pierce we've talked about a lot, especially earlier in the season. His first couple games was hitting the ball hard, and he continues to do so. He's only batting 143 on the season, but excuse me, 188. Looked at the wrong number there, but he's hitting the ball hard. So if he can square one up, we know he has the potential to drive it even out of the ballpark. Just chased a breaking ball there away from Gunther.
Pierce leads the team in at-bats with 16 entering this contest. Grayson Genesta at the plate now. He's fallen behind 0-2. Genesta hitting 154. 2 for 13 at the plate. Stays alive at 1-2 after that pitch misses. Swings at a low and outside breaker. Hopper towards first. Again, Gunther covers the flip from Golson in time, and Cotuit is done in the first. They go down 1-2-3. A silent first inning at Lowell Park. It's still scoreless as we head to the second.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Top of the second in Cotuit, and we have a scoreless ball game, 0-0 between the Firebirds and Kettleers. 4-5-6 due up for Orleans here, starting with Keegan McGovern, who swings through strike one. McGovern out of the University of Georgia. Big guy at 6'3", 235. He's batting .250 this Cape season, 3 for 12 at the plate, 1 run scored, 1 RBI. And he leads the Firebirds in walks with 4 of them. Regala bounces this one in front of home plate. Count moves to 2 balls, 1 strike.
You mentioned that he leads the team in walks. He does have a good eye, but when he swings the bat, he's always swinging for the fences. Takes a big cut every time he brings that bat through. Hit 5 home runs this season for the Bulldogs. Yet to have one here in the Cape, but he's third on the team in strikeouts with 5. But like you mentioned with the walks, his on-base percentage still at .471.
Fouls off a pitch to the backstop, 2-2 count. McGovern was on the 2015 freshman All-SEC team after hitting .268 with 3 home runs and 17 RBIs. Was the valedictorian at Coffee High School. Check swing on the 2-2. Did he go? Yes, ring him up. 1 away in the second.
Well, now he's tied for second on these Firebirds team in strikeouts. But actually going back to being a freshman there at Georgia, we talked about the power. He hit a home run in his second at-bat in his career debut. So I'm sure the Bulldogs fans down there in Athens had a nice little welcome party for Keegan McGovern.
It's the right way to start a career. Logan Sowers stands in. Sowers from Indiana University. Batted .272 this spring, 8 home runs. That was most of any Hoosier. 24 RBIs for him. This one bounces in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes.
Another big guy, stands 6'5", 220 pounds. He's off to a pretty good start here in the Cape League, batting .308.
A hometown kid for Indiana as well. Originally from Lafayette, Indiana, ranked as the 3rd best prospect in the state out of high school, and was Indiana Mr. Baseball in 2014. Regala has faced 4 and set down 4. 2-1 pitch for Sowers, fouled straight back.
He didn't play last night, but Coach Nicholson for the Firebirds giving him the start here against Cotuit or actually just DHing, so maybe recuperating from an injury. You're trying to ease him back into the lineup.
2-2 misses low and outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Tim Susnara behind home plate, working with Regala tonight. We've seen some very good defensive play out of Susnara, and he came in clutch for Cotuit yesterday. The 2 RBI base knock that put the Kettleers ahead for good. This pitch lifted to right field. Going back is Gay. He tracks it and puts it away. Now there's 2 down in the second.
Well, you could see Gay out there battling the sun. Earlier in these games here at Lowell Park, that sun's right over the third base grandstand. So basically, the entire field here is in sun, but it's even tougher for those on the right side of the field. First baseman Genesta, second baseman Shaw, and then Gay out there in right field, all having to battle that sun on any ball hit towards them.
The left-handed hitter, Drew Lugbauer, in with 2 down, and he looks at ball 1. Lugbauer plays at the University of Michigan, hails from Pleasant Valley, New York. This Orleans team with an oddly large number of Big Ten players in the lineup tonight.
Big Ten more known for punch-in-the-mouth ground game football than baseball, but they have produced a lot of quality players over the years. You look at it, especially the University of Michigan producing several players, and then even Indiana producing a top 10 pick a couple years ago in Kyle Schwarber, who went to the Cubs.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, the 2 players that we've mentioned so far from Big Ten schools from Indiana and Michigan. A couple of the better programs in the Midwest. 3-1 count for Lugbauer. 2 down and the base is empty in the top of the second. Here comes Regala. Big cut and a miss from Lugbauer. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Regala's had that breaking ball working tonight. He's down and in to the righties, or to the lefties, and down and outside to the righties, getting them to chase, but setting it up well with a fastball.
Almost found the zone with the payoff pitch, but he misses a bit low, and Lugbauer draws a walk with 2 down.
Seems like I put the jinx on him there. Breaking ball, went to it again with the full count, and missed down and in to Lugbauer. So that'll bring up the first baseman, Golson, but still showing a lot of confidence, not only in the breaking ball, but in his catcher, Tim Susnara, who wasn't his starting catcher when he made his debut Friday night. So this is his first time working with Susnara.
First pitch to Golson, misses high and outside. Will Golson, a sophomore out of Ole Miss from Columbus, Mississippi. Batted .290 as a freshman. And that was 3rd best on the team. This season the batting average dipped a little bit to .273. The volume of at-bats probably went up though. 61 starts for him, 3 home runs, 31 RBIs. Regala misses with a fastball, 89 on the gun, 2 balls, no strikes. Cotuit 1-4 after their 5-3 victory last night. Orleans at 3-2. Golson fouls this one off.
Golson playing first base tonight. Also has played third base here in Cape League and back in Oxford for the Rebels. Still looking for his first hit so far this season for the Firebirds. So off to a bit of a slow start, but not to worry. It's still got a long way to go here in this season.
The 2-1 at the eyes of Will Golson, and now the count 3 balls, 1 strike.
Even though he doesn't have a hit, he has drawn 2 walks, so he's showing Coach Nicholson, even if I'm not putting the ball in play, hitting it where the fielders ain't, he's still getting on base.
3-1 misses upstairs. 5-pitch walk for Golson, and after retiring the first 2 in the second, Keith Regala has issued 2 free passes.
Well, he went back to the fastball there and almost looked like he was trying to overthrow a bit, just trying to reach back for an extra gear and blow it past Golson. And sometimes you lose a lot of control when you do that, reaching back and overthrowing. Just throw it. Just pitch.
Sometimes it's that simple. Just look at the catcher's glove, zone in, and fire it on in there.
We talked last night about trying to do too much. Especially, we mentioned it a lot at the plate, but you can also do it on the mound too. It seemed that's what Regala was trying to do there against Golson.
Ethan Paul at the plate for his first at-bat of the 2016 Cape season. Lugbauer at second, Golson at first. Still a scoreless ball game in the top of the second. 1-0 offering from Regala, drilled to left center field. This will get down. Rounding third is Lugbauer as Kleinfield's in center. Throws it into his shortstop Hagen. They're waving around another runner. Here's the throw home, not in time. Golson scores. It's a 2 RBI, 2-out double for Drew Lugbauer. Orleans first on the board. They're up 2-0.
Well, Lugbauer took exactly what he was given and shot into the left center field gap. That was a fastball by Regala on the outside part of the plate. Didn't try and pull it. Smart play there by Paul to put it into left center for an RBI double and give the Firebirds a 2-0 lead.
Sometimes it helps to have 2 down. Of course, Golson and Lugbauer are able to take off as soon as they saw that baseball hit the bat of Paul, and that probably helped Golson score all the way from first. Justin Jones at the plate. He gets a called strike 1. Jones, a late addition to the lineup. We thought Joe Baker might be starting at shortstop. Regala checks second, comes home with the 0-1, and he gets Jones to swing through a changeup down low.
Jones, another right-handed batter for these Firebirds. Originally from Kathleen, Georgia, decided to stay in state and attend Georgia State University.
Regala ahead 0-2. What does he come home with? Tries to blow a fastball by. Instead, he skips it in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cisnara keeps it in front. Yesterday, we saw a very clean game out of the 2 catchers here at Lowell Park as the Kettleers won 5-3 against the Brewster Whitecaps in what was the makeup game for a rainout last Saturday. Slow roller towards second. Shaw is able to gobble it up and sidearm over to first to retire the side. For Orleans in the second, they get 2 runs. It comes on just 1 hit, the 2 RBI double from Ethan Paul. No errors in the frame, 1 man left on. And through 1.5 at Lowell Park, the Orleans Firebirds have a 2-0 lead on the Cotuit Kettleers. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Cotuit in the second. Corey Voss, Jackson Klein, and Ryan Hagen will bat for the Kettleers, facing off against Sean Gunther, who had a perfect first inning, recording a couple of groundouts to first base as well as a strikeout. Voss DHing tonight for Cotuit. Swings at the 1-0 and lifts it over the backstop.
Klein making his Kettleers debut yesterday against the Brewster Whitecaps. Went 1 for 3 on the night, collecting his first hit here in the Cape League.
Has looked good in center field. 2-1 pitch. Voss hits it on the ground right at the shortstop. Jones fires across the diamond, and there's the first out in the second. Now Jackson Klein steps in. One down, the base is empty.
So now he gets the start from Coach Mike Roberts here for the Cotuit Kettleers against Firebirds. Like I mentioned, 1 for 3 last night in his Cape League debut.
Gunther from the windup, his first pitch of the at-bat, a breaking ball. Snaps into the zone, and the count 0-1. Klein, a junior from Stanford, hails from San Francisco, California. Pokes the 0-1 towards the second baseman. Kirtley has it on one hop, throws it over to first, and now there are 2 away in the second.
Well, Kirtley was shading him a bit towards the middle there. Good hit there by Klein. Took it right back up the middle, right over Gunther's head, just to the right of second base, but Kirtley was in position there and able to make the backhand stab and get Klein at first.
Now we'll see if Cotuit can follow in the Orleans footsteps and register a little 2-out rally here. First 2 guys were set down in the top of this frame, but then the Firebirds scored a pair of runs off a 2 RBI double from Ethan Paul. The rally would start with Ryan Hagen at the plate. 0-1 count for the junior from Mercer. Hagen has 2 hits and 15 at-bats so far in this Cape season. And he's fallen behind 0-2 now after offering at that pitch low and outside.
Where he's really impressed, though, has been in the field, providing some defensive stability for the Kettleers this season after some rough goes of it early in the season, especially at shortstop.
Pops up a fastball in the infield. Should be the play for Lugbauer, the catcher. He comes out in front of home, makes the basket catch, and that does it for Cotuit in the second. 6 up, 6 down so far for the Kettleers. They trail 2-0 after 2 innings at Lowell Park. We'll be right back after a quick break for these messages.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016. Orleans will bring the top of the order to the plate. In the top of the third inning at Lowell Park, Brian Miller, Scott Hurst, and Zach Kirtley coming up as the Firebirds lead 2-0 against the Kettleers in the final game of a 3-game homestand for Cotuit. Thanks for joining us on another lovely evening at Lowell Park. Just a touch above 70 degrees and the sun shining in from the third base line. I'm Jason Dorrell alongside Aiden Doyle. Back in the booth after we switched things up a little bit last night, John Perez hopped on play-by-play for 6 frames as the Kettleers won last night. Miller looks at a 1-0 count, and he watches an off-speed pitch find the plate, moving the count to 1-1. Miller's 0 for 1 on the day, grounded out to first base to start off this ballgame. Regala loses it a bit on the 1-1 pitch. It's upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now Miller waves at another off-speed pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes for the Orleans leadoff hitter.
We talked when Regala made his debut at Harwich. What a good mix of pitches he has. Really throws 3 offerings. Obviously the breaking ball there that we just saw miss inside. But then also has a changeup and a good fastball. It's just when he commands those, and he's a very good starter. He's not going to blow it past you at 95. So really when you're throwing in the low 90s, upper 80s, you need that command to be effective.
Miller rips one right back up the middle over the glove of Regala and into center field. It's a leadoff single for the Firebirds in the third.
Well, he had the right idea as far as height there. It was low in the zone, just caught too much of the plate, and Miller took it right back up into center field. That's another prime example. He's got the stuff to be effective and be a very good starter at the top of this Kettleers rotation. It's just a matter of commanding it. And right there we saw an example. Just catch too much of the plate. If he brings that a bit more inside, right on the corner, then that's an excellent pitch, and you're probably looking at the first out of the inning.
Scott Hurst up with 1 aboard and nobody away. Hurst is 0 for 1, a ground out to third. Firebirds were retired 1-2-3 in the first inning. Regala kicks and delivers. Miller's going. Here's the throw down from Susnara. Not in time. Miller got a good jump. He swiped second base, and now the Firebirds have a man in scoring position.
Well, Miller has speed. He stole 21 bases this season for the Tar Heels down in Chapel Hill and 10 as a freshman. That's his 2nd stolen base of the year for Orleans. He's definitely a threat when he's on the base pass. Regala obviously paying attention to him with the throw over there initially. Susnara with a good throw on 1 hop. Just Miller a bit too fast to get in there in time.
Susnara, a great defensive catcher. Hurst hits one sharply down the first base line, foul. In 2015, which was Susnara's freshman season at Oregon, he did not register an error all season, and he threw out 24 of 34 base stealers. It's an excellent percentage.
You look at an excellent percentage in the majors. You're looking at 40%. That's the Yadier Molina territory, where Susnara well over 50.
Regala trying to nip the outside corner with an 0-2, just misses with the fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And you can see Susnara there. Regala misses outside with a fastball, but Susnara does a very good job of bringing that glove back towards the outside edge of the plate, trying to get the call from the home plate umpire. Obviously, he was unsuccessful, but still a lot of expertise and a lot of experience behind the plate.
Hurst barely gets a piece of the 1-2. Susnara couldn't handle it after the small deflection, and the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We're not having very good luck tonight with talking about things and then people replicating. We're talking about Susnara's defense and can't hold on to that one. Obviously, that's a tough play for any catcher to make, to hold on to a foul tip, especially one low and outside. So nothing against Susnara there. It just seems like whenever we talk about something, they then proceed to
the
not do it.
So-called broadcaster's curse. 1-2 count for Hurst. Here it comes. Fastball high and outside. Regala dialed up a little extra. 94 on the gun, even out of the stretch.
Well, 94 isn't incredibly hard in the majors, but here in the Cape League where most guys sit in the low 90s, when you can hit 94 on the gun, that's going to put a lot of people, a lot of hitters, make them very uncomfortable in the batter's box. When you're sitting there in the mid-90s and you're able to touch that, a lot of hitters can't catch up to that.
Sosnara blocks this 2-2 in the dirt. It squirts away from him, but not far enough for Miller to advance from second base. And talking more about that velocity that Regala has, it's impressive that he's able to deliver that speed even out of the stretch, because last night we saw some pitchers really mixing the velocity between when they were in the windup and then when they jumped down into the stretch, they'd lose 5 to 6 miles per hour on their fastball.
Yeah, you see that with a lot of pitchers. The stretch, obviously, the windup's called the windup for a reason. You have a little bit more time to build that strength up, and you get into your throwing off of that back leg, your step, and step again, and then throw off, and you're really plowing your way forward, whereas on the stretch, you just kind of go off of that one leg without the windup.
3-2 is a line drive down the right field line. Miller will score easily from second. Going into second base is Hurst, and he beats the throw from Gay in right. Hurst and Miller trade spots, and now Orleans is up 3-0.
Well, just a good piece of hitting there by Hurst. Left-handed batter, got the inside pitch there and ripped it right down the right field line. Strong throw from Gay in right to try and get Hurst at second, but not in time. We've actually talked about this back in earlier games this season. The strong arm of Gay in right field plays multiple positions, but that was a strong throw on right. In right field is primarily the outfield position where you see the strongest arms.
Zach Kirtley at the plate now for Orleans. Falls behind 0-1 on a called strike. And you need that strong arm in right field because you're going to have outfielders making throws to second and third more often than they are to first base. Kirtley 0 for 1, a strikeout in the first inning. 0-1 from Regala. Chopper off his bare hand. Now Hagen tries to field it at short. It squirts by him. Hurst will stay at third. Kirtley reaches safely at first, and there still aren't any outs in the top of the third.
Well, that's something that no coach ever teaches their pitcher to reach for. You try and prevent it as much as you possibly can to reach for that chopper back up the middle with your bare hand. You see, it's only natural to reach for it, but you try and prevent it as much as possible. That puts your right hand, your throwing hand in this case, for Keith Regala in danger. And bad things typically happen, or bad things can happen when you try and field it up with your bare hand.
And sometimes the instincts kick in and take over. That's what happened with Regala there. They rule it a single for Kirtley. Keegan McGovern, the cleanup hitter, in now for Orleans.
And an interesting piece on Regala. Yesterday in batting practice, Regala caught a fly ball in the outfield bullpen, which is down the left field line and out of play, with his bare right hand. And when asked about it, head coach Mike Roberts laughed a bit and said, "That's great, he's pitching tomorrow." But I'm sure he's not laughing there as Regala deflected it with his bare hand on the mound.
1-0 pitch is right over the heart of the plate to even the count. McGovern at the plate, a .265 career hitter at Georgia. Has never made an error in the outfield for the Bulldogs. Regala checking on Kirtley at first, and now Genesta wants to chat with him, as does Tim Sosnara. Kettleers have found themselves in some trouble here in the third, with runners on the corners, 1 run already in, and nobody out in the frame.
Well, first and third is a tough situation for any infield to manage. That's really communicating between the first baseman, Genesta, who has to hold Kirtley on at first base, and then obviously the pitcher Regala and the catcher Sosnara. So just talking strategy there.
1-1, hit on a line toward short. Hagen gets it on a couple of hops. Throw to second. Out there on to first. A double play. Scott Hurst comes home from third, making it 4-0 Orleans. But Cotuit will take 2 outs on the 6-4-3 double play.
Well, that was turned extremely quickly by Hagen and Shaw. Hagen on the short hop there with the quick throw to Shaw, who took one step off a charging Kirtley coming at him. That's pretty much something you don't really want to picture, but you get used to it when you're at second base or shortstop, is that runner coming in, and a strong throw to Genesta at first.
Bases have been emptied for Logan Sowers. Sowers 0 for 1, a fly out to right field in the second. The next 3 guys would reach in the second inning, leading to 2 runs for the Firebirds. Sowers fouls this one off his legs, and now it's no balls, 2 strikes for the DH.
Sowers, a big, tall right-hander. We talked about his height and weight in his first at-bat.
And for a lot of these big guys, they come into college with an advantage on some of the small players, more likely to be drafted because you see the potential, and Sowers was drafted. 31st round by the San Diego Padres a couple of years ago. 2 balls, 2 strikes now for him.
There's an old adage in basketball, applies to really any sport, I guess a little bit more in basketball or football, but you can't teach size. And so in basketball, when you have that 7'5" center, you can teach him a jump shot or you can teach him how to box out. But you can't teach a 6'10" guy to be 7'5". Same thing for baseball with larger players.
Check down to first on the 2-2. Sowers did not go, and now the count runs full. Keith Regala working his way through a tough third inning. He's given up 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in this frame, and Cotuit trails by 4. Payoff pitch fouled off by Sowers. He remains alive. Another good showing by the Kettleers fans here, filling the third base bleachers for Thursday night baseball at Lowell Park. 3-2 misses downstairs this time. Regala issues a 2-out walk to Logan Sowers.
Well, it's the final game of this mini 3-game homestand, although 3 games in a row in the Cape League. That's a pretty long stretch for teams. They go on the road for the next couple days, but they are back here on Sunday to play the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, who are off to a rough start at 0-5.
And don't forget, there'll be a Father's Day pie eating contest before that game against the Harbor Hawks on Sunday. 4:35 is when it will occur. Father and son/daughter teams in this blueberry pie eating contest.
And let me tell you, Jason, I bought that pie the other day. After the game, it was delicious. I cannot wait for this pie eating contest at Lowell Park.
Made a little trip down to Centerville Pie Company?
Oh, yeah, it was delicious. I went with a blueberry one, and so I got a little sneak preview.
Wow.
Of what I'm going to be seeing this Sunday here at Lowell Park.
And if you don't want to eat a whole pie, you can get a preview like Aiden did. There will be bite-sized samples given out during the 7th inning stretch of that ball game on Sunday.
I'm sure you'll see some people, and this pie is delicious, so I'm sure you'll see some people, go for their first bite, and if they're limited to one free sample, maybe come back with a fake mustache or something.
Drew Lugbauer rips one on the ground at first base. Grayson Genista backhand steps on the bag, and that does it for Orleans in the third. They do some more damage, though. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 man left on. And after 2.5, Orleans has opened up their lead just a bit more. 4-0 Firebirds.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park.
Bottom of the third at Lowell Park in Cotuit, and the Kettleers still looking to crack the scoreboard. They'll try to do so with the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Tim Sosnara, Spencer Gay, Josh Shaw due up for Cotuit. Orleans now leads 4-0. They've posted a pair of runs in the second and another pair in the third to take this lead. Lefty versus lefty matchup, and Sosnara drops down a bunt. That's a surprise for Orleans. A perfectly placed bouncer down the third base line, and Sosnara's aboard to lead off the third.
If you could frame that bunt and put it in the bunting museum, you would, because that was perfectly executed there by Tim Sosnara. Third baseman Paul playing back the ability. See, that's something you can't teach. The experience and the veteran leadership of Sosnara there to drop down the bunt down the third base line with the third baseman playing back, and he has a leadoff man aboard here for the Kettleers.
Spencer Gay swings at the first pitch, pops it up behind home plate. Pitcher and catcher collide just a couple of feet from home plate. Drew Lugbauer says, "That's all mine, pitch. Get back to the mound." Out number 1 in the third.
You don't usually see that. The pitcher, Gunther, obviously coming all the way back near home plate. We've mentioned the other day that typically on pop flies, little pop-ups in the infield, infielders will call off the pitcher to kind of get him out of the way. There, that's clearly Lugbauer's ball. I'm not sure what Gunther was doing or thinking playing near home plate. But getting back to Sosnara, he's not the fastest guy in the world. He's still
How often do you see the catcher try to bunt for a hit?
Very rarely. I'd say pretty much the last time I remember seeing it, unless, obviously someone's playing a massive shift on somebody. Jason Kendall, formerly of the Pirates and the Oakland Athletics for several years, used to be a leadoff hitter. That's another thing you don't usually see is the catcher in the leadoff spot. But Sosnara reaching base, excellent play. I can't praise him enough for that.
The day after, he delivers a pinch hit, 2 RBI single to put the Kettleers ahead. He drops down a bunt for a base hit leading off this third inning. 1 down after the Spencer Gay pop-up. Josh Shaw at the plate.
It's a good time to beat Tim Sosnara right now. The hero last night, and now gets another hit today.
Frequently in the starting lineup so far for Cotuit this season, too, at the catcher position. And the Kettleers have a plethora of options behind home plate between him, Weiss, Voss. One is high and tight. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hagen Owenby, another option that Mike Roberts has at the catcher position.
It's always good to have options, especially when you're a coach.
Shaw lines this one into right center. It's down. Another hit for Cotuit in the third. Sosnara rounds second, but will hold up there. 2 men on for the Kettleers with 1 down.
Shaw taking the high and outside fastball there from Gunther and shooting it right into the right center field gap. Just a good piece of hitting, taking the outside pitch and putting it into right field.
First time that Sean Gunther has found himself in a jam today. Of course, 1 pitch could get him out of this frame. Sosnara on second, Shaw on first. Cal Stevenson, the original Cotuit leadoff man at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to first base. Orleans will bring the corners in. Golson on the grass at first, and Paul almost on the infield grass at third. First pitch, fastball inside on Stevenson, ball 1. And now Lugbauer wants to chat with Gunther. Gunther's ERA took a small jump up this season at Notre Dame, moving from 2.72 to 4.62. However, he was added to the starting rotation, making 11 starts and 15 appearances this year. Posted a 3-5 record, 47 strikeouts for the sophomore, and 78 innings. 1-0 count for Stevenson. Here it comes. Fastball off the plate. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, that one didn't miss by much. Although this is a good situation for the Kettleers here. Yes, obviously you have a runner in scoring position, and the double play is in order, but you have one of, if not your fastest player in Cal Stevenson up. Very tough to double up.
And he ropes a fastball into right field. It's down. Another hit for the Kettleers. Rounding third is Susnara. He has no chance at scoring, though. They hold him up. Back-to-back base knocks. And now Cotuit has the bases loaded in the third.
Well, even better there. Forget about, not getting doubled up. Cal Stevenson just rips a single into right field, showing that quick bat speed. And now, obviously, the Kettleers have the bases juiced with Jordan Pierce coming up. Now the 2-3-4 hitters due up. And you know what set this all up, Jason?
The Tim Susnara bunt.
The Tim Susnara bunt just working out beautifully so far for the Cotuit
We won't
Kettleers.
forget it anytime soon. We really won't.
We'll be referencing this for years to come.
And Ethan Paul was playing way deep at third. That's part of the reason he dropped down the bunt. Firebirds weren't expecting it. Jordan Pierce at the plate. One down in the bottom of the third. Kettleers trail 4-0. But one swing of the bat could tie this ball game.
And Pierce is a guy who can do it, that's for sure. We've seen his power on display.
He drills one into right field. It's down. Back-to-back-to-back singles for the Kettleers. One run is scored in Susnara. Another run is in with Josh Shaw. A 2 RBI single for Pierce. And the deficit has been cut in half, 4-2.
Well, Jordan Pierce continues to impress. Even when he's getting out, he's hitting the ball hard. That one was a frozen rope to right field. And 2 runs come in and cut the lead, Orleans' lead to 2 here in the bottom of the third.
Kettleers all of a sudden have Sean Gunther's number. Thus the Firebirds want a mound visit. And we see some guys in the Orleans bullpen standing up. Might be time to warm up a reliever after Sean Gunther finds himself in trouble here in the third. Stevenson at third base after the single from Jordan Pierce. And Gunther doesn't have it easy with 3, 4, and 5 due up next for Cotuit. Grayson Genesta standing in. He's 0 for 1, a ground out to first base.
Genesta, another one of these guys, though, who even when they're getting outs, hitting the ball hard, and that's good signs. A good sign for the Kettleers and Coach Mike Roberts. Sooner or later, if you hit the ball hard enough, you're gonna hit it into, good spots. And they haven't had much luck so far, but the hard contact rate, for you sabermetrics fans, should be off the charts right now for the Kettleers.
4 hits to each side. As Genesta grounds one right back to the pitcher, Gunther. He can't decide where to go. Throws late over to first base, and it's wild. Genesta down to second. Scoring from third is Stevenson. Coming all the way around from first is Jordan Pierce. The throw home, not in time. What hustle from Jordan Pierce. Scoring from first base on the grounder back to the pitcher. All the way around to third goes Genesta, and the ball game has been tied 4-4.
Well, you don't see that every day. A man scoring from first base on a ground ball back to the pitcher. Obviously, the errant throw from Gunther didn't help and allowed it to happen. But Pierce showing the hustle there. You got to love that if you're Coach Roberts. And now it's a brand new ball game. The score is tied at 4 here. Still 1 down in the bottom of the third, and the go-ahead run only 90 feet away.
Chalk it up as a very costly error on the pitcher, Sean Gunther. Corey Voss stands in. The Orleans infield has moved in on the grass with Genesta on third. Cotuit and Orleans tied up a big inning so far for the Kettleers. Voss swings and misses. Voss, the DH this evening for the Kettleers, 0 for 1 on the night. A ground out to short to lead off the second inning. Gunther comes set, now comes home with the 1-1. The squeeze was on. Corey Voss squared and bunted it straight to the backstop.
I like the idea, though, trying to push that one down the first base line. Golson seemed to be a little bit startled by that bunt attempt. kind of hesitated to come in. So trying to catch the defense off guard there. I obviously wouldn't put it on here with 2 strikes, but I still like the idea.
1-2 poked into right field. It might have a chance at dropping. Hurst makes the grab. They're holding up Genesta at third. And now a throw over to third. It's wild again. The ball trickles down the left field line. Genesta hobbles home to give Cotuit the lead, 5-4.
Well, that's just another bad decision by this Firebirds defense. They got in trouble for the past 2 nights with their defense like the Kettleers were doing earlier in the season. Back-to-back nights for Orleans with 4 errors the past 2 games. Here they already have 2 in the bottom of the third. Genesis is going to be safe at third base regardless. He's going to be diving back. That's not a good decision there by Golston at first base. Just trying to do more than he could and ends up allowing Genesis to score.
Base is empty for the first time in quite a while for Cotuit now. Jackson Klein at the plate. Squares pulls it back, and it's ball 1 inside. Klein is 0 for 1, a ground out to second base. He lines one down the left field line, but foul. Klein, as we mentioned previously, from Stanford. And so much of his family associated with the Cardinal. Mother and father both attended Stanford, and his grandfather played baseball for the Cardinal. Called strike on the outer half, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's got 2 Cardinal teammates on this very Kettleers team, and outfielder Quinn Brody and reliever Colton Hawk.
Swings at the 1-2 in the dirt. Lugbauer picks it up, tags out Klein before he can run down to first base. So that does it for Cotuit in the third. But Mike Roberts sure did get a big inning out of his Kettleers. 4 runs, they come on, 4 hits, all of them singles. 1 error, no one left on. And through 3 innings at Lowell Park, the Kettleers have their first lead of the ball game, 5-4. They're ahead of the Orleans Firebirds. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Lowell Park here in Cotuit, where the Kettleers lead the Firebirds 5-4 after a big 5-run bottom of the third inning. It's Orleans coming to bat with Will Golson, Ethan Paul, and Justin Jones due up. I'm Aiden Doyle, and I'm joined now by our feature reporter here for the Kettleers. You met him last night with the play-by-play call for the first 6 innings while I was away, and you know him from Kettle Talk, John Perez. John, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks, Aiden. You know, one of the best things about baseball in the new millennium is that there are just so many ways to get better, as that ball is going to be handled in right field by Spencer Gay. But there are just so many different ways to get better, and you know, whether it's hitting tees or just batting gloves to polish your skills, even the fielding gloves. The Kettleers have certainly taken advantage of that. Just a week ago, a man by the name of John Valley came to practice, introduced the gloves that were a fraction of the size of what they normally are. He had first base gloves, he had infield, outfield, and even catching gloves. And You know, the one interesting thing about John Valley is that he's a one-man business, and, you know, he really started when he pitched the glove to Brian Roberts, son of Mike Roberts. That idea stuck, and a couple of the Kettleers have been using that. But the one interesting thing about it is that it teaches the players to catch the ball between their thumb and their index finger, regardless of where they are. So if they're catching, if they're in the outfield, infield, even in the corners at first base and even third base, they're catching the ball in the same spot, which means that there's more longevity on their normal size gloves for the future, and then catchers and first basemen don't have to recycle gloves every year. But a couple of the Kettleers have used it, and it's certainly paid off. Spencer Gay, even Corey Voss, and I've seen Alvy Boys with it as well, as Regala issues a one-out walk. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, John. It's amazing, even though baseball's been around for so long, obviously making its debut in the late 19th century, it continues to innovate. It continues to evolve. So many new technology and new inventions coming in that who would have thought you could reinvent the glove? Obviously, it's only for training techniques, but it's changing the way the game's played and the way people play the game. As Regala checks on Paul over at first base, it's Justin Jones, his shortstop for Orleans tonight, who digs in now. Here with one down in the bottom of the fourth. He grounded out to second in his first at-bat. As Regala misses outside in the throw from Sosnara, as Paul dives back in time. Count moves to 1 ball, no strikes, as the Kettleers hold a 5-4 lead over the Firebirds. Jason, welcome back. How was your short break there as John stepped in?
You know, it was a really nice break. In fact, they came in and brought us ice pops. It was perfect timing. I hop off, I get a popsicle of sorts, and I hop right back on the broadcast.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me, although I'm still waiting for my ice pop over
here.
Here
you are.
Oh, well, thank you very much. As Regala
They didn't forget about you.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better. As Regala fires a fastball in there for a strike one, as the count evens at 1-1. One down with a runner on first. Count at 1-1 to shortstop Justin Jones. Jones coming from Georgia State University, which got some national attention. As Paul takes off for second, the throw from Sosnara is high and will go into center field, backed up nicely though by Klein, as Paul has the stolen base. Georgia State gaining some national notoriety when R.J. Hunter, son of basketball coach Ron Hunter, hit a game-winning three-pointer in the first round of the NCAA tournament, not in 2016 but in 2015, to beat the number 3 seed at the time, Baylor. Georgia State was a 14 seed, I believe. It was either 3-14 or 4-13. R.J. Hunter now on the Celtics roster. And Jones skies this one in the air, but it'll remain in the infield. It's Jordan Pierce calling off Ryan Hagan, and he'll put it away for the second out of the inning. So 2 down here in the top of the fourth, as Paul remains on second base, and it'll be back to the top of the order for the Firebirds with center fielder Brad Miller, who is 1 for 2 on the night with a single and a stolen base. Miller, left-handed batter out of the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. We've talked about his speed and his contact. That's simply what he's known for, almost like the Firebirds version of a guy like Cal Stevenson. And he takes ball 1 low with the breaking ball.
Miller didn't originally have an offer to attend University of North Carolina either, at least not the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill. He committed to UNC Asheville, but then some spots opened up in Chapel Hill. He got the call from the Tar Heels, decided to go there in the month of June before his college experience had even started, so a very late change. And then within a day or two, we already had a meal plan, a dorm, and everything. He was set up at Chapel Hill, and he's proved to be quite the player for the Tar Heels.
Sure, the coaching staff and the athletic department down there in UNC loves the fact that he didn't go out to Asheville and decided to go to Chapel Hill. Lifelong UNC fan, so I'm sure his family loves it too.
Yeah, I think that was his dream originally, from what I was told, was to play at UNC, and it just wasn't turning out that way or looking like he'd have that opportunity. until very late in that summer before his freshman year.
As Regala misses outside and Miller's ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes. As Paul leads off second with 2 down here in the top of the 4th. It's amazing where you can find these diamonds in the rough. You know, you may not be the most heralded guy coming out of high school, but he gets onto the team and does a lot of damage, batting .356 this year for the Tar Heels. And he takes strike 1 from Regala. Regala working from the stretch here against the left-handed Miller. Checks back on Paul at second, but fires, and it's a breaking ball in the dirt, and it gets away from Sosnara. Paul moves to third as Sosnara finds it. And Miller will reach first on the walk, and now the Firebirds, with 2 down, have runners on the corners. That'll bring up Scott Hurst, the right fielder tonight for Orleans, as Sosnara walks out to have a chat with Regala. Hurst hailing from Cal State Fullerton. We've talked about the amount of Big Ten and Midwest players we have on this Firebirds roster, but Hurst coming from the Golden State. And now it looks like Coach Roberts will walk out to the mound. The entire infield is coming in, and it looks like he'll go to the left-handed reliever. We can't quite see who that is yet. It's way down the third base line near the left field foul pole, but to it looks like they will be making a pitching change. Just kind of waiting for the reliever to be ready. And he will jog in here. Looks like, well, this is unique. Well, it looks like it's going to be Aaron Mayer, who's typically an outfielder for the Cotuit Kettleers. He's coming in to relieve the starter Keith Regala here with runners on the corners and 2 down here in the top of the 4th. As Mayer warms up, looks like we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Well, we're back here at Lowell Park in Cotuit, where Kettleers outfielder Aaron Mayer will be making an appearance on the mound. He appeared in 2 games on the mound for the East Tennessee State Buccaneers. He didn't appear on the mound this season in 2016, but he pitched 2 innings against Appalachian State in his freshman year in 2015 on May 12th, where he allowed 2 hits and 1 run. He's only a temporary player, and Coach Roberts has used a lot of his bullpen so far in the early goings of this season. So it could be a move by Coach Roberts, maybe preserving his bullpen and letting a position player pitch a bit. He appeared actually in 2 games as a pitcher in his freshman year of 2015, most notably, like I mentioned, in those 2 innings against Appalachian State. But not only can he play the outfield, apparently he can pitch a little bit too.
You have to do whatever you can to get through these games when your roster is a bit limited. At the start of the Cape season, when you have a lot of temporary players in here, your roster is probably smaller than whatever the maximum number of players is, so it's a makeshift lineup.
Well, the first batter he'll face is Scott Hurst. Mayer's coming in with runners on the corners, and the top of the fourth inning with two down. Cotuit holds a 5-4 lead as he misses downstairs with a breaking ball to Hurst in the first pitch. Mayer working from the stretch, and this one's chopped towards second, fielded by Shaw, and he'll throw on to first to get the final out of the frame. So Mayer comes in and gets the first batter he faces on a ground out to second. So after 3.5, Cotuit leads 5-4 here at Lowell Park. We'll be back again after this short break.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare, expert physicians.
We're back here in the bottom of the fourth inning where the Kettleers lead the Orleans Firebirds 5-4. They are even on hits, but Orleans with 2 costly errors in the third inning. It'll be Ryan Hagan stepping into the box against left-hander Sean Gunther, the starter for Orleans, and he takes ball 1. Gunther fires a fastball high and outside, and Hagan's quickly ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Hagan, a right-handed batter. Skies one in the air to right field. Hurst moving towards the line. He's camped underneath it, and he makes the play for the first out of the inning. So 1 down here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and that'll bring up Tim Susnora, who laid down a beautiful bunt in the third inning to get things started. It'll be a lefty-lefty matchup here as Gunther faces Tim Susnora. And we're joined in the booth now by Ross Octor, who pitched 3 innings of relief yesterday for the Kettleers. 4 innings of relief, as I'm quickly corrected by Ross. And Susnora with the 0-1 count, chops one foul down the line. Now, Ross, what's been your biggest impression here of the Cape so far? It's playing as a Kettleer. You weren't coming from Ohio. It's a little bit different. How have you liked it so far?
You know, it's awesome. One thing I really like about Coach Roberts is he treats everything like a professional baseball club. And, you know, it's definitely different coming from where I am. And, you know, it's good, especially a lot of us guys want to go on and play at the professional level. And we have to it's nice to see how things are handled like that.
Now, you've pitched multiple appearances so far with the Kettleers, none of which obviously with a catcher who has previously caught you before. How has it been adjusting to not only living with a host family or playing under a new coach in a completely different state, but also working with teammates? How's it been with your other teammates and establishing some chemistry early in the season?
You know, it's not too bad. Fortunately for us, we practiced a lot before the season even started, so we were able to build some team camaraderie together. But other than that, everyone is very skilled out here, so it's nice to be playing on a field with 8 other guys out there.
It'll be Spencer Gay, the right fielder tonight for Kettleers, digging in now against Gunther. Count is 2-1 as he chops this one to third. Fair ball fielded by Paul. Long throw, not in time, so Gay will reach with the infield single. Now, coming from Toledo, you worked both as a starter and a reliever. Here you've only been featured as a reliever, but you've pitched multiple innings, so would you say you pitched only as a starter this year for Toledo, if I'm correct?
Yep.
And so pitching multiple innings, that allows you to have a bit more versatility than some other guys who may have only been featured in shorter stints. So do you like working out of the bullpen more or from the rotation? Obviously, you've done both this season with Cotuit and then with the Rockets.
Honestly, I don't mind either. Coming from the starting rotation, that's nice to be on a set schedule. You know exactly when you're throwing. You can set up your bullpen each week on the same day. And it's nice to be on a set schedule. But coming out of the bullpen, that's nice. You come in tight situations, which is exactly what we want. And you can go out there and you don't have to save anything for like the 7th inning as you would as a starter. So, yeah, I really enjoy both.
Well, it's number 9 hitter Josh Shaw, the second baseman out of St. John's University, digging in now, and the count's 1-0 as Spencer Gay leads off of first base. Now, Ross, yesterday after what I called a brilliant performance in relief, I tweeted at you and I called you a stud. You liked that tweet and then proceeded to follow me on Twitter.
I did.
Would you describe yourself as a stud?
I'm more of a humble guy, so I won't really agree to that, but I appreciate that a lot. I do.
Well, I think it's not just me. I think a lot of people up here in the broadcast booth agree, as you've pitched to a 1.23 ERA this season so far in 7 1/3 innings of relief, working 6 strikeouts, only allowing 3 hits. I'm sure Coach Roberts couldn't ask for anything more as Shaw chops one to second base, bobbled a bit by Kirtley, but he flips to Jones at second for the final out of the 4th inning. Well, thank you, Ross, for stepping into the broadcast booth. It's been great having you. We'll be joined with another Kettleers player in the top of the 5th inning. After 4 full, the score remains 5-4. Kettleers lead, and after 5, it's 5-4. We'll be back right after this.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams.
Welcome back to Lowell Park, where the Kettleers hold a 5-4 lead over the Orleans Firebirds. Aaron Mayer still working relief on the mound against Zach Kirtley, the second baseman. And Kirtley skies one in the air, remain in the infield, and Jordan Pierce calls off Mayer for the first out of the inning. I'm joined now in the booth by Kettleers reliever Eddie Mole out of George Washington University. Eddie, thanks for joining me.
It's great to be here.
Now, I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Ross. What's been your biggest takeaway from the Cape so far? Obviously pitching for the Colonials and the nation's capital in a very large city. What's been different about coming to small town Cotuit and pitching for the Kettleers?
Well, so far Cotuit's been awesome. This is definitely a first-class organization here, and you can't ask for anything more out of a summer ball experience. So I'm really excited to be here, and it's a nice change of pace from Washington, D.C.
Now, you're originally from Sherman Oaks, California. What made you choose George Washington all the way on the complete opposite side of the country?
Well, I think first and foremost you have to think about the academic caliber of George Washington. Just probably one of the best schools that I would have a chance to play baseball at, so that definitely had a huge implication in my decision. But overall, I think just the ability to be able to play for my coach, Coach Greg Ritchie, and to kind of get a different feel for a different part of the country, living in D.C. You can't ask for anything more. It's been a great experience, and I'm glad I went.
Keegan McGovern now digging in for the Firebirds against Mayer. Works a full count here with one down in the top of the 5th inning. Obviously, there's Eddie Mole in the booth here with myself. Now, you had 17 saves this year on the George Washington Colonials.
Last year. 2015.
2015, you had 17 saves, which you were the NCAA save statistical champion. Now, George Washington isn't exactly known for their sports. They're more of, like you mentioned, an academic school in Foggy Bottom, as McGovern fouled this one, and play was made by Grayson Genesta over at first base for the second out. Have you found it playing against smaller schools? Obviously, George Washington isn't in a Power 5 conference. You think that's maybe helped your development more, being able to step in earlier as a freshman and maybe contributing more, and then 17 saves where you led the NCAA? Do you think that helped you more, or would you have preferred to go to a bigger school?
Definitely. I think it was the perfect fit for me. Like you said, I got to step in right away as a freshman and get some big innings. And there's just a lot of room for me to grow, and have been continuing to do so in my 3 years. And every year we've taken a step forward with the program, and we get closer and closer to our goal of winning an Atlantic 10 championship. And so, yeah, I'm really glad that I didn't go and, kind of get lost in the mix at a bigger school, and I think George Washington was the perfect fit.
Logan sucks now against Mayer, who misses outside with the breaking ball, and the count moves to 3-1. Now, your head coach here on the Kettleers, Mike Roberts, has been known as sort of a change-up guru. How's your change-up coming along?
It's only better now than it was when I got here. Coach Roberts really knows his stuff, especially when it comes to the change-up. And, he's got a bunch of great grips and a lot of good advice for young pitchers trying to sharpen and polish their changeup. So it's been really awesome getting to work with him, and so far he's been as built. He's definitely a changeup guru.
As Sowers works the walk and Orleans puts a base runner on first here with 2 down in the top of the 5th. You're the career leader in saves, I believe, at George Washington University. You hold the career record. Now, obviously, you just finished your junior year. What's the plan for senior year? How are you going to double the record? Are you going to triple the record?
I'm hoping that we play a few less close games. But in all seriousness, I set the record for the career my sophomore year, and so ever since then, the goal has definitely just moved onto a team goal of winning a championship. We've made the playoffs the last couple of years and made our conference tournament, so I think that that's really all I have left to do in terms of statistical stuff with GW would just be to get a ring and to win the Atlantic 10.
Now, growing up in California, a lot of different baseball teams to cheer for, and then moving to the East Coast, you're a right-handed reliever. Who was the one guy growing up who you saw on TV or saw in person at a stadium and thought, that's who I want to model my pitching style after?
I think I'd have to say, especially as a reliever, Scott Shields, who used to pitch for the Angels back in the day. He was just known to work really quick, and he worked his 2-seam on both sides of the plate. I mixed a slider, so I'm a little bit more of a changeup guy, but he just was kind of a go-to reliever, and he didn't really get a whole lot of credit. He didn't, rack up saves or holds or anything, but he was one of Mike Socha's go-to guys throughout the 2000s, so he was always a great role model for me and someone that just got the job done day in and day out and went on and helped the team win.
Mayer misses in the dirt with a breaking ball to Lugbauer, and Sowers moves over to second base after the walk. 3-0 the count on Lugbauer. This is Eddie Mole, reliever from George Washington University and reliever so far for the Kettleers. Joining me in the booth as Susnard goes out to talk to his reliever. Shields, I believe, he was on that 2002 World Series champion Angels team. So were you an Angels fan growing up in Sherman Oaks?
Absolutely, yes. Ever since I was a little kid, we've been Angels fans in my family.
So is that the goal now, to hopefully maybe get drafted by the Angels? Or
Definitely wouldn't mind it.
Now, if you were to be drafted by, let's say, the A's or the Rangers or the Mariners, someone in that AL West division, would you still have that little bit of allegiance to the Angels?
Not really. I think just especially being in the AL West, it would be cool because I'd be close to home at most parks, and anywhere my parents could come see me, with relative ease would be great for me. So I'd be grateful for any team.
Lugbauer works the walk, and so now the Firebirds have runners on first and second with Will Golson digging up, and Coach Roberts will walk out to the mound to talk to Aaron Mayer, and it looks like he may be making a pitching change. The Kettleers do have someone warming in the bullpen, as the Firebirds now have runners on first and second here with 2 down in the top of the 5th inning. Well, Eddie, thank you for joining us here in the booth, and best of luck this season as you continue to pitch for the Kettleers.
Thank you. Kettle ho.
Kettle ho. All right, well, we're going to take a short break here with the meeting on the mound. We'll be back right after this.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Well, back here at Lowell Park, Coach Roberts decides to stick with Aaron Mayer on the mound against the right-handed hitting Will Golson. And Mayer fires a breaking ball in over the plate at 72 miles an hour. Jason, welcome back to the booth. You got another short little break there. You bring back any ice cream this time?
No one brought me ice cream, so I didn't make the trip to acquire said ice pops.
As Mayer fires in a fastball that's fouled away down the right field line, and the count moves to 0-2. Mayer so far in this relief appearance has featured a fastball that sits in the mid-80s, throwing about 85, 86, and a breaking ball that's in the low 70s. Most relievers you see only feature 2 pitches. Very few have a third or fourth. And this one's lined in the right field. Drifting back is Spencer Gay, battling the sun, but he'll make the play for the 3rd out of the inning. And down go the Firebirds. So after 5, the score remains 5-4 Kettleers. The Firebirds go down. No runs on, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We'll be back after this.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard yourself.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
Back here at Lowell Park, the Cotuit Kettleers have a 5-4 lead over the Orleans Firebirds, and they'll have the top of the order back up with Cal Stevenson, who flies one into left. McGovern drifting to his left, and he'll make the play on the edge of the shadows for the 1st out of the inning. I'll bring up Jordan Pierce, who playing 3rd base tonight for the Kettleers. He's 1 for 2 on the night with a 2 RBI single back on the 3rd, and he came around to score later on the throwing error by Sean Gunther. Welcome with the presences of 2 relievers on this Kettleers team, Ross Achter and Eddie Mole, who did a fantastic job here. And Pierce grounds this one off first base, barehanded by Golson. He throws to first, and it'll get away from Gunther, allowing Pierce to get the second. The throw from Lugbauer to second, not in time. So Pierce reaches second. It'll be interesting to see how they score that one.
That would have been one of the most interesting plays I've ever seen. First of all, the baseball bounces off the first base bag. Golson is able to barehand it in the air, and then he hops off 1 foot trying to throw it back to the pitcher covering the base. It would have been one of the most improbable first outs you'll ever see. Or second outs, excuse me.
Will they rule that one an error? It's got to be the error on the first baseman, Golson, on the throw to Gunther, who was trying to cover first base. That was unbelievable. To be able to react that quickly, obviously it was a hard hit ball by Pierce, right off the bag, able to barehand it. But the throw, obviously, that's a tough play. One, to barehand it, and then to throw off balance.
Well, and I think what they ruled it here was a single and then an error. I think that they counted them both. They gave Pierce the hit, and then the throwing error had to be added because Pierce advanced to second base.
Seems about right. Obviously, our official score in the booth over from us, making the ruling there. It was a hard hit ball, and it would have been tough to get Pierce in first place after it caromed off the base, but the throwing errors allowed him to advance to second. We Grayson Genesta now stepping into the box for the Kettleers. He's 0 for 2 on the night, but he reached third base on that error by Gunther and then allowed 2 men to score there. Counts 1-1 on Genesta here with 1 down, and he flies this one in the air down the left field line. Paul in foul territory makes the play for the second out of the inning, and the Kettleers have 2 down.
And yes, got confirmation from the online stream. It was ruled a single and then an error. So chalk it up as Jordan Pierce's second base knock of the day.
So he moves to a 2 for 3 on the night and 2 RBI. So another good night for Jordan Pierce. Well, Corey Voss, the Kettleers' designated hitter, right-handed batter, stepping in against the left-handed throwing Gunther with 2 down in the bottom of the 5th and a runner on second in Jordan Pierce. Voss 0 for 2 tonight, grounded out to short in his first at-bat in the second and flew out to right. And he takes strike 1 on the fastball from Gunther on the outside part of the plate. Shadows working their way across the field here at Lowell Park. Not much of a breeze here tonight, unlike what we've seen in previous games in Cotuit as well as on the road. And Voss lines this one, but a nice play by Justin Jones ranging into the shortstop hole and catches it on the line for the final out of the inning. So no runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left on base after 5 full. The score is still 5-4, Cotuit over Orleans.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin.
We move to the top of the 6th inning at Lowell Park, where the Kettleers hold a 5-4 lead over the Firebirds. Aaron Mayer has worked an inning and a third of scoreless relief so far for the Firebirds, or for the Kettleers, excuse me, and he fires a breaking ball in over the outside part of the plate to third baseman Ethan Paul for strike one. Mayer misses upstairs with the fastball, and the count evens at 1 strike. Mayer, who we've seen play outfield and designated hitter for the Kettleers, now making an appearance on the mound for Coach Mike Roberts. And he fires a breaking ball in there at 69 miles an hour for his second strike of the at-bat. Ethan Paul, the third baseman for the Firebirds tonight, making his Cape League debut. He's 1 for 1 with a 2 RBI double and a walk and a stolen base. So a pretty good debut, Jason, if I say so.
I definitely take that on board a couple of times. 2 RBIs. Started the scoring today.
Well, the count is now full as Mayer missed upstairs with a breaking ball at 68 miles an hour.
Cotuit, of course, was quick to respond after Orleans scored 2 in the second and third frames. Kettleers dropped a 5 spot in the bottom of the third.
Well, Mayer jammed Paul there with the fastball in the inner half, and he fouled it off on top of the third base dugout over there. It's still just resting in a net. You don't see that every day, but that's Cape League baseball for you. So Mayer with a full count here and nobody out. Just misses on the outside part of the plate at 88 miles an hour. That's got to be the fastest pitch we've seen from Mayer tonight. But it goes for ball 4 as Paul reaches base for the third time tonight in his Cape League debut.
Mayer definitely doesn't pack the heat that you would expect to see from a pitcher on the mound. At the same time, Mayer is not your everyday pitcher.
No,
he hasn't given up any hits or any runs yet, though. 1 1/3 for him. He has the 3 walks, but I think that's to be expected. What else are you going to ask from him?
You can't really ask for anything more from a guy who's not a natural pitcher, but he checks on Paul over there at first base as Justin Jones not only wears number 9 for the Firebirds, but tonight is also their number 9 hitter. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He grounded out to the second baseman and popped out to the third baseman, Pierce, in the 4th inning. And he chops this one to Pierce, who makes the stab, throws over to Shaw at second for the first, and he fires to first for the second out, and a double play, 5-4-3. And just like that, nobody on, and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th.
Doesn't matter if you walk the first guy if you're able to induce a double play ball on the next couple pitches. 5-4-3, well played by Pierce, Shaw, Genista. The Cotuit infield has really smoothed itself out as this season has rolled along.
Well, it's back to the top of the order for the Firebirds with Brian Miller. And Mayer misses upstairs with the breaking ball. Double play is usually called the pitcher's best friend, and I guess you can say that in this case, but it's the pitcher outfielder's
best friend.
With Aaron Mayer still on the mound. That was his. Now he's completed 2 full innings of relief, and he fires a strike over the lower half and evens the count at 1-1. So right now the line on Mayer, 2 innings, no hits, no runs, 3 walks, no strikeouts, as Miller grounds one to second, fielded by Shaw, and he throws on to first. And another inning, so just like that, no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. After 5.5, Cotuit still leads 5-4.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Pitching change here for the Firebirds as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Kevin Smith, the left-hander out of the University of Georgia, relieving Sean Gunther, who went 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 5 runs, only 4 of them earned, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Smith will face center fielder Jack Klein out of Stanford University. Actually, it'll be Ryan Hagan. Oh, they don't even know where they are. That is my mistake, and their mistake as well. Ryan Hagan step up to bat. He thought he was coming to the plate, but it is indeed Jack Klein who will lead things off here for the Cotuit Kettleers. I had it right in my scorebook. I let my eyes deceive me, Jason. And Klein, against the left-handed Smith, takes ball 1 inside. The fastball from Smith nearly hit him.
I'm just curious as to whether Ryan Hagan actually thought he was leading off or if he was playing with Jackson Klein, what was going on in his head as he stepped to the plate there.
Well, either way, he played with my head. And so I apologize to those of you listening. That was my mistake. And Klein takes ball 2 inside. Although the home plate umpire will say that it hit the knob of the bat. And the catcher, Lugbauer, will go out to talk to Kevin Smith as they kind of try and get this situation resolved. The scoreboard still shows 2 balls, no strikes, but the home plate umpire just signaled the count is indeed 1-1.
Kevin Smith got plenty of work in his freshman season with Georgia, 13 appearances, 7 starts. Posted a 5-1 record and a 3.91 ERA in 46 innings. 40 strikeouts for him as well.
Well, the count is 2 balls, no strikes, and Klein rips one fouled on the right field line, but out of play. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. So a lot of lefties on the mound tonight. Obviously, Regala, who started for Cotuit, is right-handed. But other than that, Mayer, the left-handed throwing reliever for Cotuit, and both pitchers tonight, Gunther and Smith for the Firebirds, have been southpaws. And Klein lines this one back up the middle, but a nice backhanded play by Kirtley, who throws on to first to get the first out of the inning. So you can score that one 4-3, and the Kettleers have one down here in the bottom of the 6th. Now, Ryan Hagan will step to the plate for indeed his 3rd at-bat of the night. He's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. 1 a pop-up to the catcher, and then he flew out to right back in the 4th inning. Right-handed Hagan stepping in against the left-handed Smith, and he flies this one deep to left field, drifting back as McGovern towards the line, and he'll have plenty of room to make the play for the 2nd out. So 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and Tim Susnora, the catcher tonight for the Kettleers, coming to the plate for his 3rd at-bat.
It'll be interesting to see how long Ryan Hagan sticks in the starting lineup for the Cotuit Kettleers. They have Alonzo Jones in town now, and they could stick him at shortstop. They could, of course, move Hagan elsewhere in the infield, too, if Mike Roberts thinks that's in the team's best interest.
Hagan, another one of those guys who plays multiple positions, which we've talked about Coach Roberts loving. And Tim Susnora shows bunt again, but takes it back, and he'll take strike 1.
I think 0% of him intended on bunting that one.
But hey,
I think that was just a reminder that, hey, I can do this. I dropped down a bunt for a hit.
if you're the Firebirds, how do you forget? I mean, I'm never going to forget that bunt. And Smith misses way outside with a breaking ball, and the count evens at 1-1. I don't think Sosnar even needed to remind him, because that bunt is what led to the Kettleers' 5-run third inning, which is, I'm sure, scarred in Coach Kelly Nicholson's mind and the rest of this Firebirds roster. Counts 1-1 here with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. And Smith misses downstairs with a fastball at 90 miles an hour.
Sosnar led off that third inning, and it was all guns blazing after that. They got a pop out to the catcher, but then 3 singles in a row, an error. Eventually 5 runs came home.
Well, this fastball catches the outside part of the plate and evens the count at 2-2. Twos once run across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, where Cotuit holds a 5-4 lead over the Orleans Firebirds. Smith working from the windup, kicks and fires. And this one's grounded in between short and third, and Tim Sosnar has his second hit of the night. So not only can he do it with the glove, he can do it with the bat, and he's 2 for 3 here as Spencer Gay comes to the plate with 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Spencer Gay hitless so far until he got a single in his last at-bat, He's hitless coming into this ball game at 0 for 8. Maybe turning things around here in his 4th game as a Kettleer.
Like you mentioned, Jason, he's 1 for 2 on the night. He popped out to the catcher in the 3rd inning after that Tim Sosnar bunt, and then singled in the 4th. And he takes a fastball in the dirt for ball 1. Good block there by Lugbauer to keep Sosnar at first.
Gay out of Bradley University, a junior for the Braves, batted .333 this season, tops on the team.
And Smith, and this one's lined down the left field line, hooking foul, and that one will get out of play. So it evens the count at 1-1. He hit that one hard, but just out in front of it a bit too much as he pulled it foul towards the Kettleers bullpen. Shadows now covering about a third of the field. Majority of the infield, though, 2/3 of the outfield, center and right, still in the sun, as Gay takes a breaking ball in for strike 2, and Smith is heading the count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And it's a tricky dynamic when the pitcher is completely covered by shadows, but home plate isn't, nor is the catcher.
And Smith misses outside with the fastball, and we have 2s across the board again. Not only do we have 2s across the board, we have a guy wearing number 22 at the plate, so 2s all over the place.
Deuce is wild.
Although home plate umpire rings him up here on strike 3, and the Kettleers finish the bottom of the 6th inning with a strikeout looking by Spencer Gay. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. After 6 innings, the score is 5-4, Cotuit over Orleans.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business.
Top of the 7th inning now at Lowell Park, and the Kettleers lead by a score of 5-4. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Jason Doyle alongside Aiden Doyle, who has handed play-by-play duties back off to me. Liner up the middle off the bat of Scott Hurst, and it'll bounce through for a leadoff single.
That's Mayer's first hit allowed tonight in relief. He went 2 1/3 before allowing that single. So Coach Roberts got to be pleased, although he looks to be coming out and he's signaling, he's seeing if his reliever, who's warming up in the bullpen, is ready.
And now Mike Roberts will slowly walk towards the pitcher's mound. Aaron Mayer, if you're just joining us, is not a traditional pitcher, listed as an outfielder on this Kettleer roster, but got the chance to take the hill this evening.
He appeared in 2 games, not even this year, last year, for the East Tennessee State Buccaneers as a reliever. And he came into this ball game and worked 2 1/3 scoreless, walked 3 batters, only allowed 1 hit, didn't strike anybody out. Still responsible for the runner on first base, but it looks like it'll be Dave Gerber coming in for the Cotuit Kettleers.
Mike Roberts taking his time with his pitching change as Gerber jogs in for the bullpen. We'll take a quick break as the Kettleers swap arms, come back with the rest of the top of the 7th. If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu. David Gerber warming up on the bump for the Cotuit Kettleers. He replaces Aaron Mayer, who came on in relief for Cotuit tonight. Gerber will enter the game with a runner on first. Scott Hurst led off this frame with a single. Nobody out yet as Zach Kirtley comes to the plate. Gerber has pitched in 2 games for the Kettleers so far this season. 3 innings, giving up 11 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them earned, and 3 strikeouts. Kirtley is 1 for 3 on the day, a strikeout in the first, a single in the third, and then he popped out to third base in the 5th. Cotuit leads by a score of 5-4 against Orleans. All 5 of those runs came in the third, in which the Kettleers got 4 hits, and 1 error also contributed to that big frame.
Gerber has yet to work with Tim Susnara, though, behind the plate, so it'll be interesting to see how a guy who we've lauded for his defense and ability to call a game, who's done a very good job behind the plate for this Kettleers team so far this season. It'll be interesting to see how he works with Gerber, who's struggled a bit in his first 2 appearances.
Gerber with that submarine delivery gets a called strike 1 at 69 on the gun. Definitely took a little something off on that pitch. Oh, 1 count with the runner on first. 5-4 the score. Now Gerber chucks one over to first base. It scoots out of the glove of Genesta.
Looked like that one hit the first base umpire. So Kettleers get a break there. That one may have scooted a little bit further towards the fence down the first base line in foul territory, if not for the umpire standing right there. So Dave Gerber, Grayson Genesta, and this Kettleers team catch a bit of a break as it hit the umpire and stayed relatively close to Genesta.
0-1 the count for Kirtley as Gerber gets ready on the hill. Gerber, the second Creighton pitcher for Cotuit tonight, hails from Naperville, Illinois. This season with Creighton, he made 32 appearances, all out of the bullpen. Second most appearances for the squad, and he posted a 1.5 ERA. That was best among all the Blue Jays.
Showing he can be an effective reliever for a respectable program in the Creighton Blue Jays. Still trying to get off on the right foot, I guess, here with the Kettleers. Still trying to adjust and adapt, acclimate to the Cape Cod League.
Gerber really working the off-speed stuff. That last pitch came in at 67 on the gun. Now ahead 1-2 against Kirtley. Hit on the ground off the glove of Gerber, and it'll get past Hagen at short. Multiple times today we've seen a ball off the glove or the hand of the pitcher, and usually it has not resulted in something positive for the defensive side. That's true again here. Kirtley reaches, Hurst safe at second, 2 aboard for Orleans with nobody down.
Well, that's just a bit of bad luck for the Kettleers and Dave Gerber. It was a ball right back up the middle, a little bit to the left of the pitcher's mound. Gerber obviously trying to make a play on it. Hagen was moving to his left and probably would have made the play there, possibly even a double play, but caromed off of Gerber's glove and allowed Kirtley to get an infield single.
Top of the 7th here at Lowell Park. Keegan McGovern standing in for Orleans. He's 0 for 3. A strikeout in the second. He grounded into a double play in the third and then popped out in the 5th inning.
Gerber continuing to pay attention to Kirtley over there at second base. Maybe trying to catch him off guard. Can't let that tying run get 90 feet away.
McGovern squares, pulls back. Had plenty of time to watch the 70-mile-per-hour changeup, and the pitch is called for a strike, though.
I like the idea that Kelly Nicholson goes with, maybe showing bunt, getting it in Kettleers' heads that, hey, we may drop one down here. Nobody down in the inning.
Swings at the 0-1 and fouls it off behind home plate, 0-2. And although he showed bunt, Grayson Genesta is playing very deep at first base, a good 15, 20 feet behind the bag. And Jordan Pierce was even with the bag at third, maybe a little bit more in, but now he's backed off with 2 strikes.
Although McGovern is the number 4 hitter for this Firebirds team, so it'll be interesting to see, are they going to drop down a bunt with one of the most powerful and hardest hitting players on the team, supposedly one of your better players, hitting in the 4 spot.
Gerber stares into his catcher Cisnara with a 1-2 count. Now he comes home and he gets him swinging. McGovern just waving at an off-speed pitch. And that'll be out number 1 in the 7th.
That was a good pitch by Gerber there. Not like he's out there throwing 95, 96 miles an hour. It's all about the movement and deception. We've talked about this numerous times with Gerber and Sapiti, and then eventually Ryan Rigby when he gets here, or he's here now when he finally comes into a game for this Kettleers team. All feature submarine or sidearm deliveries. It's all about deception and the movement of the ball. He's not going to blow it right past you, but it can make life very difficult for hitters.
Sowers rips one right back up the middle. Takes a high hop in center field. Jackson Klein is able to grab it, throw it back into the infield, and keep Scott Hurst at third. The single advances both runners, and the bases are now loaded for Drew Lugbauer. Except it looks like Orleans might be pinch hitting here. Excuse me, no, it is Lugbauer standing in. Wrong number listed in my scorebook.
We're not perfect, Jason. None of us are. We all make mistakes. I mean, heck, I said there was the wrong guy in the batter's box. So for those of you listening at home, we are just college kids. But we like to think we do a pretty good job at this.
Excuses.
No excuses tonight. It's our mistakes, and we live up to them.
Lugbauer at the plate, one down, swings at the first pitch, and lines it down the third base line, but foul. Gerber ahead 0-1 with the bases juiced. Hurst on third, Kirtley at second, Sowers on first. Lugbauer today is 0 for 1. He's walked twice, and he also grounded out to first base in the third inning.
With that submarine delivery, initially the ball goes up, but it's a matter of getting it to get down, obviously, like it just did there.
Hit right back up the middle. 2 runs are going to score. Excuse me, no. Stumbling a little bit past third base is Zach Kirtley. He hit the deck about 10-15 feet past third base, had to turn back, and only 1 run scores. Scott Hurst comes home on the single from Lugbauer to tie up the game 5-5.
Well, my point there was, with that submarine delivery, you're initially throwing up on the ball. The plane of the baseball is going up, but obviously gravity is going to bring it back down eventually, but you want to do it a little bit quicker than 60 feet away. So the submarine pitcher with that type of delivery, you want to get the hitter to roll over on the ball and hit a ground ball. Nice play by Shaw there.
A liner right at the second baseman, Shaw. He makes the grab, throws to second. It gets past Hagen, and that will allow Kirtley to score. The Kettleers go for the double play, trying to pick off Sowers at second. Instead, it proves costly. Kirtley comes home to give Orleans the lead. 6-5, the Firebirds jump ahead.
Well, it's just another example of a player trying to do too much. It was a great play by Shaw to make that play, going to his left, catching the ball on a line, but it was the turn and throw. That's an off-balance throw going away from your body to a play where you're not even sure you're going to get the runner at second. Yeah, it would be wonderful if you could get the double play and get out of it, but by throwing that and it gets away from Hagen, it allows the go-ahead run to score. So I don't think that was a very good decision by Josh Shaw at second base.
Ethan Paul gets an opportunity with 2 down. Paul has reached in every plate appearance tonight. A 2 RBI double in the second inning. That opened the scoring this evening, putting Orleans up 2-0. He'd then walk in the fourth and walk in the sixth. Was stranded at third base in the fourth. 1-0 delivery. Misses low and outside. Sosnara keeps it in front.
Good block there by Sosnara. Keeping that ball in front of him, not trying to reach for it with his glove, as we saw several times earlier this season with some catchers. You got to move to your left, drop the hands, and get in front of the ball and keep it in front of you, just like Sosnara did. Textbook there.
2-0 pitch. Misses below the knees. 3 balls, no strikes. Gerber definitely keeping it low in the zone. You were harping on that, Aiden. I don't know if he's thrown a pitch above the belt yet.
The initial run that was scored there was Scott Hurst, excuse me. That run was charged to Aaron Mayer. Well, Curley is Gerber's, but it goes unearned.
He hums the 3-0 on the outside edge, and it just misses. A 4-pitch walk for Ethan Paul. The bases are loaded again. This time it's the 9-hitter stepping in, Justin Jones.
Well, Paul continues to be the thorn in the Kettleers' side tonight. He's reached base 3 times by walk, then had a 2 RBI double back in the second, so his on-base percentage is 1,000 tonight, and he's 1 for 1. So a big night for Ethan Paul in his Cape League debut.
Justin Jones hits one in the air to right center field. It's Jackson Klein who will call off Spencer Gay, make the catch, and David Gerber gets Cotuit out of the 7th. Orleans does score 2 runs, though. Comes on 4 hits, no errors. The bases are left loaded in the 7th, and it's time to stretch now at Lowell Park. Cotuit down 6-5 against the Orleans Firebirds.
baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
We'll see what the Cotuit Kettleers have in store in the bottom of the 7th. 9-1-2 due up as the Kettleers face their first deficit in a handful of innings. David Gerber and Aaron Mayer, 2 relief pitchers who took the hill for Cotuit in the 7th, give up a pair of runs. And the Orleans Firebirds hold a 1-run edge, 6-5, as we enter this bottom of the 7th frame. I am Jason Doro, next to Aiden Doyle. We've had another pleasant evening for baseball at Lowell Park. The sun descending down the third base line and the shadows gradually extending into right field here. Josh Shaw leading off for the Kettleers. 1-0 count for him. He's 1 for 2 on the day, a single in the third, that 5-run third for Cotuit. He grounded out in the 4th. 1-0 pitch. Trails outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Shaw's a guy I think a lot of managers around this Cape League would love to have batting in their number 9 spot. I mean, the kid won Big East Freshman of the Year honors this past season.
Cracks one to left center field. It's all the way back to the wall and will roll up against the wall. Shaw around second and holding up there with the leadoff double.
Well, he had 10 doubles this past season at St. John's for about a .297. Led the team in with 41 RBI. And finished second in the Big East with that. He totaled a team-high 13 multi-RBI games. The kid can hit, and we've seen it, and we've seen him play multiple positions in the field. He's just a good all-around baseball player, and he showed off some power there. He crushed one into left center field. One thing went all the way to the wall.
At first, I was trying to figure out if it bounced in front of or behind the wall. I saw it roll up on one hop against the left center field fence. Leadoff double for Shaw. That turns the lineup over. Cal Stevenson, the original leadoff man, will stand in.
Shaw was that's his second hit of the day. 2 for 3 on the night, so having a good night here against the Firebirds.
And his first extra base hit of the season with that double. Cal Stevenson is 1 for 3. Grounded out to first base in his first at-bat. Then he singled. Then he flew out to left. Squaring here with a 1-0 count.
Shaw had 11 two-hit games this season for the St. John's Red Storm. 17 total multi-hit games. He had 6 games where he had 3 hits. So he may look to add on that here in the Cape League. Maybe he gets another at-bat later in this game.
Stevenson squares, and he fouled this one off. Looked like he couldn't decide if he wanted to pull the bat back or not.
Stevenson, another guy who's had a good night. He singled back in the third. He's 1 for 3, but he's hit the ball hard and played a good left field.
Orleans has the corners in. Golson and Paul on the infield grass. Middle infield still playing regular depth. 1-1, drop down the third base line. In comes Paul. He'll gun it over to first. Is it in time? Just barely. The speedy Stevenson was chugging down the first base line, and the throw just barely beat him there.
Seemed a little nonchalant there from Ethan Paul. Stevenson's got an incredible amount of speed. We've talked about it. Our own John Perez, who you listeners heard earlier, come in at the top of the fourth, and he's the host of Kettle Talk, tweeted, "At Cal, you're fast. That is all." And Cal politely responded with a retweet and a favorite. So we know he's got that speed, and Paul just kind of charged in there, playing it very easily. I'm not sure he realized just how fast Stevenson is. He made a very close play at first base, but a good play there by Stevenson to get the bunt down.
Jordan Pearson, and his at-bat starts with a fastball. Belt high, outer half, called for a strike. Pierce 2 for 3, 2 singles for him and a strikeout. There was some debate as to whether his single in the 5th inning would be ruled a single or an error. And it turned out to be both.
When you can't decide on one, give them both. Although it was worthy of both. It was a single.
A grounder hit the first base bag, bounced up to the first baseman, then he had a wild throw coming back to first base that allowed Pierce to advance to second.
Like you said, Jason, one of the more interesting plays you'll see all season, and really any game you watch, no matter what league it is.
Definitely an obscure occurrence here at Lowell Park tonight. 1 down. The tying run currently stands on third base in Josh Shaw in the bottom of the 7th. Grayson Genista on deck. Should get a chance in this frame unless Shaw gets doubled off. 2-1 a breaking pitch, and it's right over the heart of the plate for a called strike 2.
Well, Pierce seemed to be looking fastball there with the count 2-1. Obviously, Smith changes things up a bit, fires in the breaking ball, good breaking ball, caught the inside part of the plate, and now the count even at 2.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Kevin Smith fans Pierce for the second out in the 7th.
Well, the infield was playing in there, so I was wondering, if you go back to the breaking ball there again, or try and jam Pierce inside, if he can just really fist one over the infield here, maybe like a Luis Gonzalez hit, like we saw in the 2001 World Series against Mariano Rivera. If you can just fist one out into the shallow outfield or even the deeper part of the dirt, that would most likely score Shaw from third base. But he gets him with the fastball, and Pierce goes down swinging for the second out of the inning.
It won't be Grayson Genista batting here with 2 down. Albie Weiss gets a chance instead. Weiss was in the lineup last night. He'd finished 1 for 3, a solo home run, and a walk. He also lined out in the 8th. Hit the baseball very solid twice. And with Weiss coming up to the batter's box, Orleans is going to make a call to the bullpen. We'll take a quick break as the Firebirds bring in a new arm. When we come back, Albie Weiss will try to tie up this ball game or maybe even put Cotuit ahead in the bottom of the 7th.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Orleans brings in a right-hander in Zach Williman to face Albie Weiss. Williman, a sophomore out of Kent State, has made one appearance so far this year for the Firebirds. Went one inning, gave up one hit, no runs in that one appearance. Still a perfect ERA, so far in this Cape season. Weiss gets a chance with 2 down and 1 aboard. It's Josh Shaw standing on third base, 90 feet from tying this ball game. Weiss cuts at the first pitch and misses, strike 1.
If Weiss had squared that one up, I'm pretty sure that one would have landed in Falmouth. He took a huge hack at that one. I'm sure the bat speed was registering about 150,000 miles an hour there.
He went yard last night, hits a hard chopper down the third base line, just foul.
Weiss with the only home run this season so far for the Kettleers last night. So he does have the power. We've seen it obviously in game last night and as well as in batting practice. Put in several balls into the trees here at Lowell Park.
He went to dead center field too last night. Maybe a little bit left of dead center field. In any case, probably 400 feet. 0-2. Weiss with a half swing. And he'll stay alive at no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, that's what you got to do here. Weiss, known, like we keep talking about, his power, but with the count 0-2 and the tying run at third, all you got to do is put one in play here. Stay alive and just put one in play.
Breaking ball, misses low and outside. Weiss with a good eye, able to lay off. Corey Voss waits on deck as the Kettleers trail by 1.
Shaw took a big secondary lead off a third there, trying to get a good read of whether or not that ball got past.
Check swing from Weiss. He could not hold up. He's tagged out, and Cotuit's threat is over in the 7th. No runs on 1 hit, a double from Josh Shaw. No errors, 1 man left on, and after 7 innings at Lowell Park, the Orleans Firebirds still lead the Cotuit Kettleers 6-5. We'll be back after a quick break. If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship.
Brian Miller will lead off the 8th for the Orleans Firebirds as they bring up the top of the order, leading by 1, 6-5 at Lowell Park. Miller has had a solid evening. 1 for 3 with a couple of groundouts to the right side, a single, a stolen base, a run scored, and a walk for him. David Gerber working on the bump for Cotuit with that submarine delivery. This now his second inning of work after he recorded all 3 outs in the 7th, replacing Aaron Mayer. 2-0 count. Off-speed pitch misses below the knees. Now 3 balls, no strikes.
Gerber continues to live low, but ironically not getting it high enough to get it into the bottom part of the zone.
And he misses again. 4-pitch walk for Brian Miller to start off the 8th.
Coach Roberts taking a couple steps out of the dugout, and here he comes with right-hander warming up in the bullpen for Cotuit.
Well, he gave Gerber a chance here in the 8th. It was a pretty short leash, but then again, when you issue a 4-pitch walk, obviously something isn't working. So Mike Roberts will take the ball from David Gerber, call in a new pitcher, and Cotuit will try to hold this Orleans threat at bay as the Kettleers trail 6-5. We'll take a quick break as Cotuit switches pitchers.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Josh Roberson will take to the bump for Cotuit here in the 8th. Roberson, a right-handed freshman out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, plays at UNC Wilmington. And he replaces David Gerber here with one man on. Nobody away yet in the 8th frame. Scott Hurst at the plate. Roberson steps off and throws over to Albie Weiss, who has replaced Grayson Genesta at first base.
We're getting our first look at Roberson, so it'll be interesting to see what he has to show us.
No Cape League stats for him. Hurst looks at a called strike here to start off the at-bat. Brian Miller had a little fake steal on at first base there.
It's a pretty good start. 90-mile-an-hour fastball over the outside part of the plate.
Roberson, one of the few pitchers we've seen wearing the socks up. It's a more common trend with the position players than it is with the pitchers. Brian Miller off with the pitch. Here's a throw down from Susnara. In time, tag applied. Brian Miller caught stealing for out number 1 in the 8th.
What a beautiful pitch there by Josh Roberson. 91 on the outside part of the plate, and then what a beautiful throw by Tim Susnara. Quick transfer from the glove to the hand, and an absolute rocket down to second base. Just beautifully executed there by Tim Susnara, who's having a great night tonight, if I might add.
Susnara has done it all, defensively, offensively. This one popped over to Pierce at third. The ball pops out of his glove, and he can't get Hurst in time at first. In all likelihood, that will be an error on Jordan Pierce, a play that he should have made at third. Hurst reaches with one down.
Well, with the exception of a bad decision by Josh Shaw at second base and that play there by Pierce, the Kettleers' defense has looked pretty good tonight. A change of things from what we saw earlier in the season, especially in their first couple of games. So that's got to be a positive sign for Coach Mike Roberts and this coaching staff.
And that play, the error on Pierce, is just one of those things that you don't want to see happen, but what else can you do? And it just pops out of the mitt like that. It's not probably an error on him fundamentally or anything like that. It's just a miscue that is bound to happen every now and then.
They do happen, and you just got to take them in stride. It's not that they happen, it's how you react to it. Just got to forget about it and move on with the next play.
Roberson trying to bear down against Zach Kirtley. Gets a called strike on the outer half. 1-1 count for the Orleans second baseman, who is 2 for 4 on the day. A strikeout, a pair of singles, and a pop out to third base.
Roberson continuing to throw hard. 91 on that fastball. Not the biggest guy out there on the mound, but packing some heat in that right arm.
Hurst goes on the pitch. Swing and a miss from Hurst. The ball scoots away from Susnara. No foul ball. And thus reaching safely at second is Hurst.
Roberson stands 6'3", so he's got the height. Only weighs 174 pounds. Bit like me, tall and skinny. But I don't know. I don't throw 91.
A bit more arm velocity out there right now for Cotuit.
I can't hit 91 on the mound, so he's got that over me. He's looking good so far, though. Hitting the corners with a bit of velocity as well. I'd like to see him work a breaking ball in here soon.
1-2 count. Roberson comes home. There's the breaking ball. And he gets the strikeout, Aiden Doyle.
Well, when you ask,
maybe you have a future in coaching.
Well, when you ask for it, I guess I receive it. Josh Roberson there. That was an excellent breaking ball. Not necessarily a 12-6 action, almost more of a slider. That one broke down and away from Scott Hurst. Or excuse me, Zach Kirtley. But an excellent pitch there by Roberson for the strikeout.
Hurst at second base as Keegan McGovern comes to the plate. McGovern has not reached today. The cleanup man for the Firebirds is 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts. He also grounded into a double play and popped out to first base. 1-0 count. Roberson ready. Quick check of second. Now the pitch. Bounced a good yard in front of home plate. Tim Susnara takes that as a cue to jog out to the pitcher's mound.
Well, these are just pitcher and catcher trying to establish that understanding between each other, trying to work together, and this is the first time they've thrown to each other. So there's some things that you just come with experience and come with time. Obviously, they may have been mixed up on signals, and now they're going to the intentional walk, so an interesting decision here for a guy who's 0 for 4 with 2 down.
He is the cleanup hitter. One of the most dangerous hitters probably in this Firebird lineup, but like you said, we haven't seen that today. And there's ball 4. Maybe Roberson and Sosnara figured behind 2-0, why try to work your way back and put some pitches in the zone when McGovern can just zone in and look for a big swing?
True. The guy's 0 for 4 tonight with 2 strikeouts, and Sowers now coming up is 1 for 2 with 2 walks. So I think, while precedent may say that McGovern's the bigger threat, tonight he may not be seeing it all that well. So I would have taken my chances with McGovern.
This also sets up the righty-righty matchup with Logan Sowers. 1-0 count after Roberson misses. 6-5 the score. Orleans on top of Cotuit. Firebirds took the first lead, 2 runs in the second, 2 more runs in the third. They were up 4-0. Cotuit responded with 5 of their own in the third to take their first lead tonight. Orleans took the lead back in the 7th. This grounder nearly fair down the third base line. The umpire calls it dead.
Well, excellent stop there by Jordan Pierce. That ball was about as close as you can possibly get, with the third base umpire now over towards second with the runners on first and second. That becomes the home plate umpire's call. So he's looking right down the line, better angle than we do. But that would have been a tough throw for Pierce anyways. He can't get up and tag the bag at third. Hirsch would have been there in time, so this may come back to benefit the Kettleers, if anything.
By no means was Cotuit out of the inning had that ball been fair.
Would have been a very tough play for Pierce and required an extremely strong throw after getting up to get Sowers at first.
The entire Kettleer infield playing deep for the 1-1, and Roberson throws wild. Sosnara can't block it. It skips away to the backstop. Both runners advance on the wild pitch.
Well, this seems to be something that we saw with Keith Regala earlier in the game, maybe overthrowing a bit. You know, this is your first Cape League appearance as Sosnara walks out to talk to him again. It's your first Cape League appearance, you in front of the home crowd, big situation with 2 runners on base, and you're only down by 1 run. The adrenaline must be pumping through Josh Roberson's veins right now, and I think maybe dial it down a bit and just fire a strike with that fastball. He hit 92 there on the gun, which is the fastest pitch we've seen from him tonight. You don't have to try and overthrow. Don't try and do too much.
Maybe Sosnara could quell those nerves. First pitch breaking ball after their meeting on the bump, and it's called for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes now for Sowers.
Showing a lot of confidence there in that breaking ball. That one had a lot of movement. Started inside on Sowers and then broke back towards the middle of the plate.
2 men on, 2-2 count, 2 away in the 8th. Deuces wild again for Sowers. Bounced in front of home. Sosnara keeps it there. The count runs full. First base is open, but another good hitter awaits on deck in Drew Lugbauer.
I think they've used up their intentional walk for the inning. I would take my chances with Sowers. He seems to, with a righty-righty matchup, Lugbauer obviously a left-handed hitter.
Payoff pitch on the way. Hit in the air, right field. Spencer Gay tracking. He camps under it. Puts it away for out number 3. Orleans puts together a threat in the 8th, but it doesn't turn into any runs. They didn't have any hits in the frame. 1 walk, 1 error, 1 hit by pitch. 2 men left on. And after 7.5, the Firebirds still lead against the Kettleers 6-5, but Cotuit has a couple of ups left. We'll see if they can turn it into runs. That on the other side of this break. You're locked into Cotuit Kettleer baseball.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Corey Voss leading off for the Kettleers in the bottom of the 8th. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Cotuit here. Voss followed by Jackson Klein and Ryan Hagen as the Kettleers trail by 1, 6-5 against the Orleans Firebirds. Final game of a 3-game homestand tonight at Lowell Park. Cotuit will hit the road for a couple of games. One at YD, that tomorrow at 5 p.m. First pitch on Saturday again at 5, that game at Brewster before the Kettleers return home on Sunday to take on the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. Voss with a 1-0 count against Kevin Smith. Fastball at 90 miles per hour, misses downstairs. 2 balls, no strikes.
In this situation, I know you can tie the game up with one swing, but he really just got to focus on getting on base here. It comes down to that theme of not trying to do too much. And see, now he's got a 3-0 count. A leadoff walk here would be huge for Cotuit.
Voss awaits a 3-0. That one finds the zone. Zach Williman on the mound, not Kevin Smith. Williman came in last frame.
Throwing hard, too, that fastball at 93 miles an hour.
Here's the 3-1. Corey Voss tries to turn on an inside fastball, 93 on the gun that time. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch on the way. Voss hits it on the ground, right side. It's just to the right of the bag, and Voss stays alive with the foul ball.
Well, that ball is fair for about 86, 87 feet, and right at the last second, kicked to the right of first base for the foul ball. And I'm sure Corey Voss is happy with that because that most likely would have gone as a 3 unassisted and the first out of the inning.
Williman came in for Kevin Smith last inning. That after Cotuit decided to pinch hit for Grayson Genesta, Albie Weiss came in. Firebirds went with the righty-righty matchup. And Williman's success continues into this frame as he fans Corey Voss with an outside fastball.
That was 94 right on the black there. Beautiful pitch by Williman. Voss caught staring at it. It's a situation where you got to foul it off. But beautiful pitch by Williman to get Voss for the first out.
Base is empty, 1 down for Jackson Klein. Klein has grounded out to second twice and struck out once. He's hacking at the first pitch he sees for strike 1. So Klein 0 for 3 on the day. Wants to reverse that trend in the bottom of the 8th. 8 hits for both teams tonight. 3 errors committed by Orleans, 2 by Cotuit. 1-1 count after that off-speed pitch misses outside.
Williman's one of the hardest throwers we've seen so far this season, sitting from 93 to 94. He's got a very powerful fastball, but we've yet to see him throw that breaking ball for a strike.
1-1 fouled off. It was up in the zone, and Klein was just under it.
That one at 94, but we've seen it before. No matter how hard you throw, these players are good enough that they can eventually time it and catch up to it. So you got to be able to throw. No one reaches the big leagues, really, only being able to throw and command one pitch.
1-2 misses inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, when somebody's notching pitches above 100 miles per hour, say Joel Zumaya, they get kind of known for that fastball, but you have to have other pitches if you're going to be successful on that level. Breaking ball is above the shoulders, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, look at Aroldis Chapman of the Yankees. He's hit 105 miles an hour, but he also features a very, very good breaking ball. A little bit erratic with it at sometimes, but it's there, it's very good, and even a changeup sometimes that he works in.
Payoff pitch, hit sharply on the ground, left side, but foul.
Klein and Voss making Williman work here in the 8th. He has to make every pitch count. So far he's faced 2 batters, struck them both out.
Still, though, no breaking ball for a strike. So with the full count here, if I'm Jack Klein, I'm sitting fastball.
Another 3-2. It's inside. Jackson Klein lays off. Down to first he goes. Cotuit has the tying run aboard in the 8th.
Seemed like almost like a two-seam fastball there from Williman that he let run in on Klein a bit too much. Try to work it back over the inside part of the plate and jam Klein, but it ran too far in, and Klein reaches first for the first time tonight with that walk.
No current action in the Kettleer bullpen. There is a righty warming up in the Orleans pen as Ryan Hagen steps in. Hagen is 0 for 3. He's flown out 3 times, once to the catcher, once to right field, and once to left field. Righty versus righty matchup. Fastball called for a strike, 93 and in at the knees. Hagen, a shortstop out of Mercer, has taken over that position here in Cotuit after Mike Roberts tried a couple of different guys at shortstop in the first couple games of the season. 0-1. Klein's going on the pitch. Here's the throw down. It's a bit wild. Klein reaches, stealing second base, and now the Kettleers have a man in scoring position in a 1-run ball game.
Well, that takes the double play out of order. With a guy who throws as hard as Williman does, sometimes that ball's getting to the plate very quickly, so it's harder to get a good jump on it. But there, the throw is a little bit behind the shortstop Jones, or who's running towards second base, and then kind of has to reach back for it and allows Klein to get in there safely, who does have some speed on the base pass.
1-1 on the way. Misses inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. It's Klein's first stolen base of the summer. Just the second stolen base for this Cotuit team in 2016. Two-one count for Hagen. Hit at the shortstop, Jones, who gobbles it up. Long throw over to first, in time to beat Hagen for out number 2.
It was a hard hit ball by Hagen, and that's where the stolen base by Klein is huge, because it's a potential double play if Klein is still on first base. Long throw there by the shortstop Jones, just got Hagen in time, and a good scoop by Golson at first.
Well, if there's anyone that Mike Roberts wants at the plate right now, in a 1-run ball game and a man in scoring position, is probably Tim Susnara. And he will step in here. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Aiden, I'm sure you have something to add.
He's 2 for 3 on the day, and he had a huge hit last night. I think if you could choose anybody, if you're Mike Roberts, it is Tim Susnara. One of the most experienced guys on this Kettleers roster. He was here last year. He's been in situations like this before, like we saw last night where he came up huge. I think he likes his chances.
1-0 count for Susnara. A big spot for him. 2 down in the bottom of the 8th. Cotuit looking for their second win of the season and back-to-back wins. Zach Williman returns to the rubber. 1-0 count. Orleans on the other side sits at 3-2, third in the East Division, tied for second actually. Susnara pops one up, fouling out of play. Speaking of the East Division, why not take a look around the league right now? The YD Red Sox out in front of Brewster 9-4. Top of the 8th in Brewster currently. Chatham is up 4-3 at the Bourne Braves, top of the 6th inning there. Falmouth has a 7-run lead in the bottom of the 7th, leading Hyannis 8-1. Wareham is out in front on the road at Harwich, 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. 1-1 pitch, misses outside out of the hand of Wilman. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Good eye there by Susnara, laying off the pitch on the outside part of the plate. And still, we've yet to see a breaking ball for a strike from Zach Williman. You got to be sitting fastball in these hitters' counts.
Williman comes set, checks second base a couple of times. Now the 2-1. Cut on and missed. Sosnara chasing an outside off-speed pitch.
Even that one, though, that's just Sosnara chased it. That most likely, if he takes, is ball 3. Now the count evens at 2-2. So really, Williman in the driver's seat here can go wherever he wants. Tough spot for Sosnara. He doesn't have to throw a strike here. He still has a ball to work with.
2-2 pitch. Way upstairs. 3 balls, 2 strikes for Sosnara. Spencer Gay awaits on deck.
3-2. He's thrown it all night. If I'm Zach Williman, or if I'm Tim Sosnara, I'm expecting a fastball here from Williman with a full count and 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th.
Williman at the belt. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Sosnara strikes out to end the 8th. Cotuit cannot score in the frame. No hits, no errors. 1 man left on. And we go to the 9th at Lowell Park. Our current score, the Cotuit Kettleers 5, the Orleans Firebirds 6. The final frame coming up after a short break. If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center. Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu. Crunch time in Cotuit. The Kettleers down 6-5. As we hit the top of the 9th at Lowell Park, Kettleers closing out a 3-game homestand this evening. They did have one makeup game against Brewster that yesterday, which resulted in the Kettleers' first win of the season, 5-3 over the Whitecaps. They sit at 1-4 as they take on the Orleans Firebirds this evening. Josh Robertson on the bump. He'll face Drew Lugbauer, Will Golson, and Ethan Paul this frame.
I have to give a little shout out to Josh Robertson's mother, who corrected us on our pronunciation of her son's name. It is indeed Robertson, not Roberson, as we had been saying.
Always love when the listeners are able to add something to the broadcast, and in this case, something very essential.
Very important. As someone with a very unique name myself, Aiden, spelled Aodhan, I know all about mispronunciations. And no, it does not feel good. So, Ms. Robertson, we apologize. We won't make that mistake again.
Robertson will have to battle through this frame. A single for Lugbauer to start off the inning. Now Will Golson swings through an off-speed pitch. A 1 count for the Firebirds' first baseman. Orleans still has men warming in the bullpen. One lefty has got up now. And Cotuit has a couple of bodies stretching out in their pen. Here's a bleeder down the right field line. It'll drop foul.
Penn's been very active on both sides tonight. Williman is the 3rd pitcher of the game for the Firebirds. Robertson the 4th for Cotuit, including Aaron Mayer, who pitched 2 1/3.
Robertson ahead. 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside. Sosnara down to first. Back in time is Lugbauer.
So Robertson dialing it up to 95 miles an hour there. And Sosnara with the heads-up play to check on Lugbauer at first base. Getting a little bit too far off the bag for Sosnara's comfort.
1-2 offering now. Line right at third base. Pierce has it. And he decides against throwing it across the diamond. A hard out number 1 in the 9th.
Well, good decision there by Jordan Pierce not to make that throw. We've seen it 2 times tonight on both sides, making the unnecessary throw just for the small chance that you get him at a base where it's going to be a close play. You can't risk throwing that ball away in only a 1-run game here in the 9th inning.
Ethan Paul gets a chance with 1 down. He has reached every time he's come to the plate. First pitch off speed, pops out of the glove of Sosnara, but bounces right back in. Paul has 3 walks today. Those come in the 4th, 6th, and 7th innings. He also has a 2 RBI double all the way back in the 2nd. Put Orleans up 2-0 at that point. Runners going on the 1-0, and it's roped through the hole on the right side. Rounding second is Lugbauer, looks at his coach, turns back to second. He stumbled a little bit as he worked his way past second base, and that may have kept him from going to first and third on the hit and run.
Well, when you throw as hard as Robertson does, the ball's gonna come off the bat at a faster velocity as well. That ball was ripped into right field by Paul, who continues to reach base tonight. That is his 5th time reaching base for the Firebirds tonight. But Lugbauer obviously off with the pitch, so it's a hit and run. But Gay with a strong arm and right, combined with how quickly that ball got out to him, keeps Lugbauer at second.
Justin Jones, the 9-hitter, steps in. Jones is 0 for 4. Grounded into a double play in the 6th. Has flyouts to the infield and the outfield and a ground out to second. Robertson ready with the 1-0. Here it comes. Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. Again, Sosnara slides over and bounces the ball back in front of him.
Another great block there by Tim Sosnara. Not reaching for it with the glove, instead sliding to his right, using his body to get in front of it. That is textbook defensive technique by a catcher.
1-1 from Robertson. Hit on the ground towards short. This could be 2. Hagen on to shot second. Over to first. Double play. 6-4-3. The Kettleers turn it. Robertson gets Cotuit out of the frame, and it remains a 1-run ball game. As we head to the 9th, the Kettleers try to come back and tie it, or maybe even win it after this break.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians, expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Bottom of the ninth at Lowell Park, and the Cotuit Kettleers looking for a comeback victory. They're down 6-5 against the Orleans Firebirds, who will tab a new arm in this situation. Brandon Belak out of the University of Notre Dame. He has appeared in 2 games already for the Firebirds, 2 innings of work for him. He's given up 2 hits but no runs, 4 strikeouts for him.
Another guy who throws hard out of this Firebirds bullpen. We saw him warming up there, sitting in the low to mid 90s, sitting as high as 94 with that fastball. So back-to-back guys for Orleans who can touch 94, 95 miles an hour.
A right-handed sophomore, originally from the state of New Jersey, plays his college ball for the Fighting Irish. First pitch, a fastball called for a strike. Spencer Gay is at the plate. 8-9-1 due up for Cotuit here. Josh Shaw and Cal Stevenson to follow. 0-1, hit on the ground right side. It could bounce through. It does. Kettleers have the leadoff man aboard in the ninth.
Prime example of just going with the pitch. Outside part of the plate from Belak. Spencer Gay takes it the other way into right field, and the Kettleers leadoff man is aboard.
Josh Shaw, another guy who Cotuit wants at the plate right now. He's 2 for 3. A single and a double, and a run scored in the 5-run third. Cotuit got all 5 of their runs in that frame, off 4 hits and 1 error, 4 singles. Belak from the stretch now. Shaw squares, pulls back. It's a strike on the outer half.
Well, once again, trying to go for the sac bunt here. Coach Roberts trying to play a little small ball. Big lead, though, on the secondary lead up from Spencer Gay. Catcher Lugbauer looked over towards first, but Golson had charged on the bunt attempt.
Roberts surely wants Gay in scoring position for the top of the order, but Shaw pops up that bunt into the backstop, and he's fallen behind 0-2.
We got to take the bunt signal off here. Coach Roberts doesn't look too pleased down that third base line. Trying to get that bunt down, popped it up a bit. Luckily got out of play before either Lugbauer or Golson can make a play on it.
Seems like a simple task, but getting a bunt down can be much tougher than you'd imagine. Belak towed the rubber in the windup there and realized with the runner on first you needed to step off. 0-2 count. Belak ready to pitch. Breaking ball. Moves away from the plate for ball 1.
You'd be surprised how many times as a pitcher you're so caught up in the batter you forget about the runner at first. And Belak, maybe focused or used to be a starter.
Now he throws over to first and nearly gets Spencer Gay. Diving back in.
So maybe as a starter, he always seems to be working from the windup a little bit more. A lot of relievers work exclusively from the stretch. So got mixed up a bit there with the runner on first.
1-2. Josh Shaw with a half-hearted swing, maybe just trying to stay alive there. Didn't get a lot of the body into that cut. Keeps the count at 1-2. Nobody down in the bottom of the ninth. Cotuit trails by a run. Fastball moves inside. 93 on the gun. Count now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kettleers looking for their second win of the season. They're 1-4. Won a night ago against Brewster. 2-2, another breaking ball. Snaps outside, check down to first. Josh Shaw did not go. And he's still alive at 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Orleans infield, a double play depth here with the full count on Shaw. Just got to put it in play.
Payoff pitch from Belak. Called strike 3 at the knees. 1 away in the 9th.
Great pitch by Belak right at the knees. That's about the 3rd or 4th time tonight that Cotuit has gone down looking. That's the 3rd time. Gotta try and foul that ball off or put it in play. Situation like that with the tying run at first. Gotta try and make something happen.
And as the sun sets in Cotuit, the top of the order comes up. Cal Stevenson in. First pitch on the way. It's a heater. 93-mile-per-hour fastball on the outer black. Called for a strike. Spencer Gay on first base. Jordan Pierce on deck. Albie Weiss would most likely follow him. 0-1. Misses just below the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Stevenson, another guy we talked about earlier in the game. Tough to double up with how much speed he has. There's a big hole with Golson holding Gay on first between first and second.
A throw over to check on Gay, who dives back in.
Stevenson has a lot of room to work with over there. And even if he puts it on the ground, so much speed. Like I mentioned, very tough to double up.
Paul playing even with the bag at third. Middle infield is at double play depth. 1-1 hit on the ground towards short. Gobbled up by Jones. On to second. Out there. Over to first. The relay's in time. Orleans closes it out with a 6-4-3 double play. The Kettleers can't come back in the 9th. And they fall to 1-5 after a 6-5 loss at the hands of the Orleans Firebirds.
Well, it was a tough night for Cotuit. They had a big 5-run 3rd inning, but then failed really to get anything going after that. There were some bright spots, though. The bullpen continues to look good. Josh Robertson working 2 innings of scoreless relief. Even Aaron Mayer, typically an outfielder, getting in on the fun, working 2 1/3. That 5-run 3rd, a lot of hits strung together. They had 4 hits in the inning, allowing 5 runs to score. So the talent is there. There's still new guys coming in. This isn't a finished product by any means. But there were positives to take away tonight for the Cotuit Kettleers.
As I start flipping back in my scorebook, I thought I could find a very similar game to this one, and the home opener for the Kettleers this season looks a lot like this one. Cotuit scored 5 runs in 1 inning in that one, the 7th. They tried to come back in the late frames rather than in the early innings, while Bourne's runs were kind of scattered all over the board. So for Cotuit, is it about finding more consistency with the bats and playing offense from the 1st inning through the 9th?
It's all about consistency, and I think that's going to come with time. Like we've talked about, these are still guys who are getting used to playing here on the Cape, getting used to playing with each other against players they may have never faced before in their own respective conferences. It's still a big adjustment, and I think over time you're going to see guys settle in more with new guys coming in. Final rosters are going to be set. The everyday lineup kind of worked out for Coach Mike Roberts. I think only better things to come, not only for the Kettleers, but a lot of teams here on the Cape who may find themselves struggling early.
4 different Orleans Firebirds register multiple hits in this game. They finish with 10 hits as a team. Cotuit with 9 as the Firebirds win by 1. 3 errors for Orleans and 2 for Cotuit. Defense wasn't quite perfect this evening at Lowell Park. Any other things we learned today, Aiden, from this ball game?
Josh Robertson is pronounced Robertson.
There you go.
And Tim Susnauer can lay down a bunt and does a good job behind the plate. I think Cotuit has a lot to take away from this game, and I think it'll benefit them looking back, perhaps at our own tape of this game, moving forward.
The bottom of the order has a great night. Tim Susnara, Spencer Gay, Josh Shaw all get 2 hits. The 7, 8, and 9 hitters all get multi-hit games, but the Kettleers fall 6-5. That'll do it for our broadcast tonight from Lowell Park. Big thank you to all of our video production interns handling things behind the scenes back here. And big thank you as well to John Perez on Kettle Talk, our pregame show. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 4:45 for Kettle Talk. First pitch at 5 at YD. Kettleers try to bounce back against the Red Sox. For Aiden Doyle, I'm Jason Doro signing off from Lowell Park. Again, our final score, the Cotuit Kettleers 5, the Orleans Firebirds 6. So long from Cotuit.